Welcome to HIGH Radio.
Well, hello, boys and girls.
Hi.
What a wonderful day it is today in our money-based economy. Well, sit back and relax and get ready for the guy who's about to ruin everything.
I'm puzzled. Are you really seriously suggesting that Jesus Christ was a mushroom?
Wait, Jesus was a mushroom, Roberts.
Yes. You are dealing with a secret cult, a secret society.
Welcome to Waning Interest.
Welcome to the Waning Interest Podcast, number 92. May uno, dos, fuck, what's zero? Zeto? Dos, 2022. The babbling dabbler, the smallest click on the internet, the pinball brain in your favorite machine. It's like a diary or a book, but nowhere near as stale or coherent. From a more obviously mentally challenged Forrest Gump. But I like to think of it as if Mikey and Mouth from the Goonies played a lot of bareback leapfrog, and then I squeezed out. It's always fun when you rip off your own joke. If you're not a whip, part of the Waning Interest Podcast pack, then you might not know that when I did stand-up, my opening joke was that no need to Google it. It's true. 51 years ago, Kenny Loggins and Chuck Norris played a lot of bareback leapfrog, and then but I'm all right. There's more to the joke, but you'll have to go back on previous whippets. So there. Wait, I'm supposed to lean here, right? Because I can't see my own thing, because I'm on my own thing, on my other thing, and then there's the other thing, and then, oh yeah, I squeezed out. That's where I left off. Timing, right? I don't know. How are you guys? I don't give a shit. I'm not reading the comments, even though I know there's none there. I know there's some there, but I'm not reading them just yet. Because I've got things to get to. Because as I said, HIGH Radio, that's a thing that my dad coined many years ago when I was a little kid. The goofball that my dad is. He ain't dead yet. Where was I? Oh, that's right, he ain't dead yet. Same joke he would have made, I swear to fucking Christ. Would make. It just goes on and on. Am I wishing that he was dead? No, not yet. Anyway, my dad had a roommate who, as we will say, what's the most polite way to say this? He was a drug dealer. So for a couple of years, my dad had a decent supply. Anyway, it was right around that time. This is early 80s. Early mid-80s, and my dad and his roommate are fucked up. They're on a certain stimulant, and they're a little drunk. And the roommate had one of the early camcorders, and they were at a wedding, and friend's wedding. I saw the tape later. My dad was walking around like he's Tom Snyder. That's a reference to what I'm going to get to in a bit. but not nearly as douchey and cunty. Way funnier. He's way more Pryor, but looks like Bill Lumberg from Office Space. Anyway, his roommate is with his camera, and he's walking around, and they're doing it like they're like a news station, and my dad's walking up to everybody with this old microphone thing that's hooked up, and he's like, "Hi, we're from HIGH Radio, and we're wondering, what do you think of the wedding today?" And I just remember laughing, not at the time, because yeah, they're a little drunk is all I'm thinking, because I was younger. But the funny part was, you had all these old ladies going, "Oh, hi, how are you?" Not knowing how fucked up, missed the whole HIGH radio thing. Oh, fuck, it was so funny as a 15, 14-year-old. That's my dad. And now you have this. Sorry. Oh, now we know why I wish he was dead. So, anyway, fuck! Didn't even know. That was not the plan. That was not the plan. Here we go. It's all about synchronicities. If you are a whip, you know that already. There's your first synchronicity. And the only plan for Whip 92 was a synchronicity that happened today. But before I get to that, because I know there are some people in the chat that are related to this story, so they might have a little cream in their pants when I start getting to it. And I want to make sure, they have a tampon or a pad. That's for all the pallbearers or the sweaty Pauls. Or I'll throw this in for Linda Paulcasters. It's kind of lame. It's in the comedy world, it would be called hacky. Sorry, sweetie. It's the truth. I know you like looking at my face, but I'm sure you didn't like my public disagreement with you. My apologies. The screenshot of my finger in my nose. There's your what you have to come back with. Fuck, man, wow. I thought I had the 5 milligram gummy, but apparently I took the 25. Dose. You never see the dose sometimes. Whatever the fuck that means. All right, let's go to the chat before I get into the other shit. Show us your junk yard shirt. So I'm going a little back. It's like I'm doing the Jimmy Dore show, and I'm Steph going back to where the comments were like an hour before. Because Jimmy has all the segments. Junkyard. Hollywood. I fucking hate Hollywood, but I love the song and I love the band. And I lived in both Hollywoods, Florida and California. Much like Mr. Johnny Depp. Team Depp here. How about you? I texted a former boss / family / friend / acquaintance / I just wanted to say / a bunch because, I'm a Guns N' Roses fan. But Junkyard's better because they didn't get bloated. I texted him saying, what? What did I text him about? Oh, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing. Man, I have some connections to Johnny. I have stories about that, but I didn't mean that for this, so those will wait. But I do. the connections with this stuff. It's like, oh, I've been accused of a lot of stupid shit, and it's so nice to have it televised with humor and be like, oh, I feel like, I think there's a whole bunch of us out there. One of the reasons we're loving watching this, because we've been accused of shit that we didn't fucking do, and now and you go through all the stuff that, oh, really? And all the fucking laughs. Oh my God. But I will say, yes, it's a distraction from the government fucking us every single moment of every single day. Yes, that's a given, so I won't get into that, because I don't want to get so deep. Sorry, I had to find the mouse. Damn, that could have been better. All right, show us your junk. Took him 2 seconds to mention mushrooms. Did I mention mushrooms? Well, it's in the open. I don't think I mentioned mushrooms besides the open. And that's not my voice. That's Joe Cruz. CruzVO.com, ladies and gentlemen, if you need any voice work done and you don't want me, I don't want to do it. Go to CruzVO.com. It's not because Joe's gay, but that's how he spells it. That's him on the open. Hey, James. Hey, you. Oh, let's go. Hey, at everybody. Hey, wait. Oh, hi, Courtney. I like the Tom Snyder Charlie pick. I wanted to do something different because I'm going to get into Charlie stuff. Ooh, oh, fuck. I should have had Chris go. Some of you will get that, some of you will not. Later on, I know a bunch of you in the chat will. Okay, it's everybody saying hi to everybody. Jesus Christ, how about hi to me, you fucking cunts? Huh? What, how about me? Yo, I'm here, but you're not down there. Oh, hi, Beckham. Hi, James. Hi, Courtney. Oh, my God, this is so fucking boring. This is what fucking Paul goes through. I get it now. Don't know if I should play a guitar with dice, chips, or balls. That was Beckham. Yeah, Beckham, you gotta stop with the fucking, just tap your feet or something. Do a drum thing, because the clicking is getting fucking crazy. All right, you guys are keeping me for what I want to do. From what I want to do. Oops, somebody needs a drink, apparently. Dry mouth. 25 milligrams. What the fuck, man? And we're live. We'll do it live. Sorry, another cunt fucking mainstream fuckface. Sorry. Whew. It's dirty in here. Tom, Charlie, evening, Courtney. All right, fucking Jesus Christ. Go play with your balls, Beckham. Oh, for fuck's sake. Team Depp. Right. My friends think that girl's... Of course she's hot, but yeah. Ooh, the hot ones. Like I said, I know the story. In a different way. I don't wear the rings, I don't have that many tattoos, and I didn't have the money. But otherwise, I could tell you the same story, sort of, kind of, in a way. Let's move on. I don't want to cry. My husband went to Miramar. Dude, Courtney, you know where my daughter was born? Miramar. True story. She was conceived in fuck, what is it? Not Key West. Almirada. She was conceived in Almirada. I know it. I know the moment. I've talked about it on the whip before. Drink time again. Oh, gross. Anyway, but that was when, no, I'm not going to go there. Wait a minute. Miramar, that's where we were, yes. My daughter literally was, see, the synchronicities. Didn't mean it. Ow. Fuck. I got to fix that finger. Anyway, you were ignoring us. Leave it to Watson to come in and murder. There's a fucking promo. Bitches. I used to produce this stuff too. Anyway, where was I? So the synchronicities. Manson. Yeah, of course. So the Manson file. Wait a minute. Am I ready? I should probably light a cigarette. Right? No. Just make sure you lean here so your face don't go in the square. Wait, I'm in the wrong fucking window. God damn it. Just don't do that, asshole. Do this. And cover him. Or do this. It's way better. So I know my marks. I did some acting. A bit. Anyway, we'll tell there's other stories or whatever. Shut the fuck up and move on. So the synchronicities, that's what this is all about, as you know. Stories and synchronicities and Mr. Mushy. But Mr. Mushy's not... Mr. Mushy's had been put on the back burner. And that's wrong. Jesus Christ. Some of you will get that. Some of you will get it in the future when I'm dead, because that's when this fucking podcast will get popular. When I'm fucking dead. Anyway, synchronicities. So the Manson file, Nikolas Schreck, Ultimate Edition is about to be shipped. And so cool that if you're a whip, you know I've talked a lot about the Paulcast. I've been on the Paulcast. They've been on the whip. And Nikolas was on. He's starting to promote, the Ultimate Edition. And he was on the Paulcast Part 1 recently, which was fucking badass. Go check it out. If I remember correctly, I will put the link in the description. Along with the other things that if I remember that I talked about. Whatever. Fuck, 25 milligrams. You stupid cunt. They're both gray little cans, and they look the same because they're both Tropberry. I didn't look underneath, because underneath is where one says 25 each, the other one says 5. Fuck. Anyway, this is for you, so fuck, this should be fun. So, synchronicity. So Nikolas was on the podcast, and it's fabulous, fucking great. Part 2 is going to be this Wednesday, I believe, the 4th. May the 4th be with you. That's pretty cool, because it is Star Warsy, because it's out of this fucking world in the difference of the narrative telling of the Manson saga. So Nikolas was on, and I've been talking to Nikolas about being on the whip after he does all the promotional stuff for the Ultimate Edition, because I don't want to talk to him about the Ultimate Edition, because I know he's going to be fucking sick and fucking tired of saying the same fucking shit that I've actually heard him say many times before, because we'll get to that. I've been fucking talking Nikolas Schreck for many years. Some of you already know this. Waning Interest, patreon.com/waning interest if you want to be part of the Waning Interest podcast back. I went to the dentist recently. Did I tell you? Train, Royal River, Stand By Me. Right there, the real one. Mental institution, up over there, where it gets talked about, and all that Maine Stephen. I don't like him, so whatever. Shitlib. How's that for fucking timing? So, I've been pimping Schreck for a long time. Like I said, it's hopefully going to happen, because when Nikolas is on the whip, hopefully in the near future, we're just going to talk showbiz, Los Angeles stories, trade stories about living in Los Angeles, and showbiz, music, acting, blah, blah, blah. Writing, whatever. I don't, because Why do the same fucking thing? So let him do the promotional stuff. So anyway, earlier today, I realized, oh shit. I had emailed him before, but I emailed him through, I messaged him through Instagram, and I realized he wasn't seeing it. So I realized, fuck, just do the email like you used to anyway. So I emailed Sam Tripoli, who some of you whips know that I used to do a podcast with him a bunch of years ago in 2019, 18, 19. I think it was mostly 19. Anyway, we recorded in the basement of the Comedy Store, which is when I used to get to hang out there. It's one of the cool things with Sam, my stories with Sam. He is the reason that I got to, that I had a real reason besides hanging out at the Comedy Store and just being a fucking hanger-on and not having the balls to, do much else. He gave me a reason to be there, weekly, at the store and meeting everybody. And even though I'd met some of them before in radio because through doing stuff in radio, but to actually be at the store on a weekly basis, the place is so incredible. It's not bullshit when they when Rogan, and people think I'm a Rogan stan. I'm not a Rogan stan. I disagree with a lot of shit with Rogan. But I love the fucking guy. His heart's in the right place. Just like Sam. But when Rogan, goes on and other comics that you've seen on podcasts and stuff talk about this Comedy Store, it is just wow. And then to record a podcast called Conspiracies now with Sam in the basement, where I'm always hearing all these stories about what used to happen in the basement before they converted it into a place to record podcasts. Just fucking insane. All that. Who got fucked down here? They were doing coke where? Oh, everywhere. We could probably find some residue if you just went anywhere up here and just went like this. Whoa. I have a little stimulation. And I need to sneeze because the dust. Fuck, dude. It's the basement. Anyway, we've all been there, right? Synchronicities, this is what that, if you heard it, I hope you fucking heard that, and you will hear it. You heard that fucking train, right, honk, right? Fuck, dude, I'm tripping. I thought there was gonna be one more. Sorry, fuck, I fucked it up. See, it's like I hit that last note on my bass. Oh, sorry. But that punked the song up. Oh my God, I just winked. I winked. That's why I used to do this only fucking audio, keep it to radio thing, just so they don't see that. But turn it into comedy. Go with the bit. That's what Ron Bennington told me. But he smokes cigars. Wouldn't that be cool if I had Bennington on? But he won't do it. Whatever. Where was I? Sam Tripoli. Oh, so Sam introducing me, and being able to actually hang out there all the time, besides just going there on Mondays, trying to get on the open mic list. What the fuck do they call it? Oh shit, what do they call it? I forgot. I'm sorry, it's been a couple of years. It'll come to me. 25? You cunt. Put it on the other side of the fridge door. So anyway. What is it? Potluck. Thank you. Whew. Monday night potluck. Earl Skakel was the host when I finally did get in there. Basically what happens is on Mondays at 7, well, you get there an hour before, if not more. Well, in those days especially, because it was so hot. 100 fucking people show up to sign up for the potluck, which was it, 12 spots, I think. 100 people throw their name, over 100 people, well, 75 to 100. There's a lot of fucking people. So you got two, but also for Kill Tony, some people that are whips know the Kill Tony show. There's another spot to sign up for Kill Tony, which was usually a bit smaller at the time because it wasn't so big, the show yet. But it was a lot. But some people just wanted to do that and then go off to other open mics and not wait around for Kill Tony because it was more of a show. And there was less of a chance because you have an interview to do and afterwards. And they went off to other open mics, a lot of them. Anyway, not that they didn't want to be on Kill Tony. A lot of them did. Some did, some nights, some didn't. Some. Anyway, you got the 2 sign-up sheets. One night, for my first night, my birthday week. Was it 2017? I think it was 2017. I signed up. I didn't think, just fuck, do the same thing. Done it before. Go over, and then it's 7. No. Or was it 6:45? I think it's at 6:45. Right in the window of the patio where they have all the sign-up stuff. In the window, right from the OR, where you can see people, whoever's on stage in the OR, on that window from the inside, they put the sheet up of who they pick. And I remember going over there going, I ain't gonna see my fucking name. Holy shit, I'm second. Oh fuck. What the fuck? The person before me has my last name? I don't know this person. What the fuck? Now I gotta come up with some kind of fucking joke, some family stupid joke, which I did. Anyway, never got picked again for the next couple of years, but then I took time off, whatever. Anyway, and in 2019 with Sam, blah, blah, doing Conspiracies Now, which is a takeoff on Democracy Now. Just talking about shit that, the normal stuff that are considered conspiracies until 6 months later, and then they're fucking mainstream now. Same kind of shit. We didn't really get in deep about Manson. But at the time, I was trying to tell Sam to get Nikolas, have him on. He also did his biggest podcast is called Tinfoil Hat. Sam Tripoli, comedian, murderer on stage. No pun intended. Fucking dude. Fucking guy. I've just sat there needing a towel so many times while he's done 15 minutes and just, holy fuck, dude. My belly hurting, man. Just a crusher. Check out his specials. One of my favorite jokes was the lizard people one. What am I talking about? The green. The real problem is something about green. He leads everybody to think he's money. He was thinking it's money. The green is the real problem, right? Right? Money. They're thinking money. Lizard people. I can't remember the setup. My apologies. Look it up. I can't remember the special. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. We're here to drink, right? To that fucking 25 milligram fucking cottonmouth. Am I leaning right? Oh, God damn it. I hope I've not been in the square. I usually don't laugh at my own stuff. Beckham's still not at the bottom. Sam, Conspiracies Now, but yeah, he talked a lot about it. Had a green screen behind him that comedian Brett Erickson would be in the control room, changing stuff on the green screen to, lizards, all this funny shit while Sam babbled about conspiracies, whatever. I think I was the first guest, and then he made me into like the Ed McMahon of the show, because I did voices, so I did the open and stuff, and he loved the Jesus was a mushroom shit, even though he'd more pick on me about it and not really let me get into it. But when Manson would come up on Conspiracies Now, once in a while they just kind of have a mention or whatever, those silly mentions that come along where he gets thrown in to those fucking stupid things that he gets thrown into. And you'd hear me from the back before I'd be on the show again at the end. You'd hear me from the control room next to Brett going, Bugs is a fucking lying twat. Shit like that. Anyway, so I wouldn't let it get, if one of the things that Sam liked about me was, on certain things that he knew that I disagreed with him on, we made it funny when I would pop off, going, So, anyway, I realized, fuck, let me email Sam about being on the whip. I do that, have a back and forth. He's going to be on soon, hopefully. Should be within the next couple of weeks. And then I go to his website, because I haven't been there in a while, and I see his latest tinfoil hat is with fucking Tom O'Neill, who wrote Chaos, which is the whole thing of Manson, which is got a lot of shit right, especially with the Bugs being a twat, that Nikolas pointed out longer ago, and Tom got a lot of his shit from Nikolas. A bunch of it started off with Nikolas. And I'm going, holy fuck, how funny is that? Nikolas is, the Manson files coming out finally, and thanks to the pandemic being over. He didn't say that, did he? Of course not. Dry mouth. And then me realizing, oh fuck, yeah, Sam should be on, and which like I said, I send him a message through Instagram, which apparently he doesn't check, which I noticed, and I went, oh well, let me just email him like we used to, and boom. So we're going back and forth, and then and then the count. Fuck! I fucking told you, dude. I told you years ago. The funny, cool part is when he's here on the whip, I will be able to edumacate him in front of you, like I used to try in the basement of the Comedy Store, which almost sounds like a scene from Pulp Fiction. Or were you not thinking that like me? Is it just my filthy, disgusting, gimpy mind? I ain't the gimp. What the fuck? I'm Bruce Willis. I love that fucking part where he goes, yeah. So fucking funny. Oh, whatever. Where were we? Tom O'Neill. So, fuck. As you know, if you're a whip, that's what this is about. Stories, synchronicities, and Mr. Mushy. I said that already, right? Yeah, I said that already. Whatever. I just realized I have myself on the big screen with a delay. Almost like I'm in radio. Almost like I feel like I have a fucking dump button. But it's cool to realize, you have that, to make sure that you don't do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, it is. It's 7 fucking seconds. Holy shit. Just like radio. Oh, we're live. Damn it. Just like when Brian Cox said, suck my dick. On WIOD again, it's suck my dick, but I'm happy. Oh, fucking hilarious. Jesus. Don't get off track, twat. Who you calling twat? Twat? There's a lot of twats here. And I ain't even getting laid. So, God, that was funny. I guess, so there's part of the synchronicity. I'm going to get back to more. I want to tell more about the Sam stuff. in the Conspiracies Now stuff, but I'm going to go back to the chat and say hi to everyone. What was the last thing? I don't know how to do your first. Zed's dead, Wayne. Zed's dead. Tom was a dick to my bestie, so guess what? Fuck chaos. I'm with you, sweetie. Sorry. I just toasted you and everyone. I'm going backwards, by the way. For sure, James. So that'd be cool. So I'm going to go backwards. So some people, the real internet geeks, will sit there and do this thing to where they, you know what I'm saying? I don't. I could not deal with open mic nights, Wayne. You have my admiration. Oh, they fucking suck. Oh, they suck. Open mics suck. And I sucked on many of them. There were a bunch of open mics where I didn't even do my full 5 minutes. I was just like, fuck this after 3 minutes. And I realized that was stupid. Keep going. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Because even though I had done theater and radio for many years and done live stuff in radio, the infrequent live gig sort of thing, I still had, and I'd done film and TV, still had, audience thing is still, when it comes to stand-up, when it's just you, there's a, it's different. That's why it's the fucking hardest performance art there is, no question. But even though I had that, so I realized after being a cunt and not, taking advantage of my full 5 minutes, I realized, dude, what are you doing? You won a fucking radio award for being a smartass. Your humor is dry. You know that some people, it's going to go here and there with the dryness, and sometimes, so just chill, just be, it helped me be more of myself. And, what happens with a lot of people when they attempt stand-up, when they first start attempting stand-up, the first many times they do it, they're going to sound like their favorite comic and not even realize it. And, of course, I didn't realize it, but there was a few people that, and then I started hearing Bill Hicks shit. And I was like, all right, I don't want to sound like Bill, but I still want to talk about Mushy. So I started to carve it before I said, I don't want to do it anymore. Anyway, point is, what was it? Something about sounding like other people. And so, I realized, dude, you've been live, you've done 3 hours live, you've been live, so you just fucking chill the fuck out. And that helped a lot, especially when I made sure that I kept my jokes as short as possible and try to hit at least every other sentence. Every second or third sentence has to be a fucking joke. And kept it personal, like storytelling, and just like took the stories that I tell on here and just chopped them way down to sentences. Kind of like, like not Mark Norman, but just, for people, he's popular, getting popular now, and he's fucking great. But I've noticed that he doesn't tell personal stories a lot. He does, but anyway, that's what I'm saying. See? Shorten him up. Oh, God, shut the fuck up. But with the stand-up thing, I know there was another point, and maybe we'll get back to it, whatever. There he is at the bottom, but I wanted to finish this. Snorted any basement coke. I have a bunch of secret places I want to go. Nope, I'm just there for the beautiful girls, Danielle. LA. I'm trying to coordinate a vacation. That'd be kind of cool if me, Beckham, Paul, and Danny, and Courtney were there to piss on Bugs' grave. I'd love that. All right, I can't do. What are you drinking, Wayne? It's just Miller Lite. Johnny Depp. Oh, that's right. I was talking about my daughter being born in Miramar. And I used to hang out with Joey Malone, who was in The Kids, the band that moved from Hollywood, Florida to Hollywood, California, before Johnny became a musician. Later on, it was like a decade ago. And I've told this before. Might as well jump into the Johnny thing real quick. We're at the Comedy Store. Johnny's been at the Comedy Store. Stanhope. Anyway, a lady I used to work with lived in Hollywood, Florida when I worked in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and lived in Hollywood. A friend of mine lived in Hollywood, right next door to Joey Malone's parents. Joey was the other guitar player in The Kids with Johnny in the early 80s and late 70s, early 80s, whatever. Before they all moved to Hollywood, and then Johnny became an actor. Anyway, I met Joey somewhere in the 90s. He had just moved back to Florida, another place. I can't remember what Tracy used to call him. She used to have a pet name for him, and it was funny. Joey, super cool. And then, about a decade ago or whatever, Tracy tells me that, Joey's moved back to L.A. You guys should hang out. So we hook up. He was over at my place a couple times. We talked a lot of conspiracy shit. He was into a lot of that stuff, so we hit it off pretty well for a while. And at the time, the lady I was seeing was a huge Depp fan. So it was like, there you go, sweetie. I got you as close as I could. It was kind of neat. More to that story, but we'll keep that short because I want. This is funny now to me, especially. It's always been funny to me, but so back to Conspiracies Now. So on Conspiracies Now, with Sam, that we recorded in the basement. Like I said, I was the first guest, and then as the show progressed, he had more bigger other bigger comics, especially. I wasn't a comic at the time. I was, but that wasn't really. I was just, Jesus Mushroom Guy. And anyway, so I would do the open like I was Hank Kingsley, Ed McMahon, and I would do different things. Sometimes I would do this big thing, but mostly I would do this Conspiracies Now with Sam Tripoli. I would do different things. He'd say, do it this way, do it that way, whatever. But I usually did it in this voice. He had Tim Dillon on, and this is 2018, 19, whatever. I didn't know who Tim Dillon was at the time. And Sam sent me the email with the stuff, the info of the next show on it, and he had misspelled Dillon. And I felt like such a cunt going to Tim Dillon. Is it? Such a dumbass. I felt like such a twat afterwards. At the time, I didn't know who he was. And he wasn't, as big as he is now. That's not a weight joke. I'm just saying he's much more popular. Tim Dillon's fucking hilarious. And I also didn't know he was gay. So, come on the show at the end like I'm Ed McMahon again, and it's Sam, Tim, and me. But like I said before the show, I was like, is it Dylan or is it Dillion? Because Sam sent me this. I don't know. I'm going to get the spelling right. It's Dylan. Oh, okay, good. Not knowing. And then later on, at the end of the show, when I come on, I actually come on to the show. Some joke, some gay joke or whatever, and then I make the joke about, well, you didn't even make the gay joke or whatever. because he had made the straight joke because he already is known for being gay, and I did. Sorry, I'm trying to get to my window. Shh. So, God, I love telling my fuck up stories. I wonder if if you're a Tim Dillon fan, ask him. Do you remember when this fucking cunt, is it Dillian or is it Dylan? And didn't know he was gay, which was kind of made me more paranoid, going, I don't fucking belong here. Damn it. I know this, I know that, I know this, I know that, but I didn't know. Now, of course, I've been a fan of Tim almost forever. I just wanted to say hi. How are you? You lose, dude. I told you not to be twirling those fucking things. And you're not even listening. I'm telling you, you're on.
Oh, I'm on.
Not anymore, you fucking cunt. Where was that window again? Damn it. That's the one. Okay. Dude, are you listening now?
I've been listening this whole time.
Oh. You're sounding
Can you hear me?
echoey to me.
No, I sound good over here.
You think you
I
sound
have
good.
everything turned off.
You think you sound good. Wayne, do you know Joyce Hoffman? It's not Hoffman, it's Kaufman. Hold on, Beckham. Hold on. Don't click anymore. That clicking is loud. Do you know, Courtney, do you mean Joyce Kaufman? WFTL? I'm not going to wait for a goddamn fucking answer. You sound very echoey. Can you go into your settings and turn off the echo? And put yourself in stereo, maybe?
Yeah, what do you do that at?
The settings at the bottom of the page. Go to settings and go to settings and then go to audio. After I tell a fuck up story.
All right, so you want me to take off echo cancellation?
Yeah, and put it in if you've got a stereo thing there.
Yeah, okay, there. Does that work?
Yeah. Does that sound better to the people in the chat? If there's anybody in the chat?
It sounds the same to me, so.
You sound a little low, but the background noise is dead, so that's better.
There?
You're cool. I think you're cool. I think it's definitely way better than it was. Anyway, so no, I get Johnny's best friend and first manager and coke dealer. Wait, she didn't answer my question. I asked if she meant Joyce Kaufman. Anyway, fuck all that.
What are y'all talking about?
The volume sucks now? Are you serious, James? That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting to hear. So, did you saying that Beckham sounded okay beforehand? Please tell me as soon as possible so I can move the fuck on. Because I can't tell. I can only tell. That's not... Sorry, I saw myself moving.
Do you guys know the same chick?
Well, she said, she's talking about he sounded fine before. Okay, go back to what you were doing then. I'm going to go with what James is saying, my quasi-producer. Beckham, go into your settings. Oh, you're doing it. Okay.
It was just a couple of clicks.
Oh, that's
Like I
even
said, it sounds the same to me. So
right. Oh, now that sounds better. Yeah, you are a little louder, but there's less background noise. Keep talking, homeboy.
well, listening to what you were talking about, the stories of the basement. Oh man, there's been a few times I've been in a few basements myself. How do you keep a basement clean? I mean, really, you know?
Dude, I was in one. Fuck, was it not a year, not quite a year ago here, with a friend of mine, and there was a whole divorce thing, and there was a pool table down there, but then it had been fucking sprayed with. They wanted to play pool because they were hammered.
Which is
Oh
the
my
best
God.
time because you make the best shots, right?
Yeah, but it stunk like fucking raid down there. I couldn't even breathe. I couldn't even breathe. It was so bad, and there was none of the residue that I was talking about earlier. Oh, dude. Anyway, you talk. Sorry. Yeah, go on. Whatever. Sorry if I moved my screen.
No, I was just saying I've been in a few basements and wondering how they do get cleaned. But well, you find them more in the Northeast, right?
I guess. I don't have one. I don't.
Oklahoma because of tornadoes, maybe, but they have more tornado
What they
shelters.
should do in the places that have tornadoes,
Yeah,
they should do the homes, the structures in those areas that have a lot of tornadoes should be dome structures, because tornadoes can't fuck with domes like they can fuck with trailers and houses.
I sweep them. Yeah,
That everything in areas that have a lot of tornadoes, they should just have domes. Domes are the smartest way to live. Dude, Key West. There was this guy, you can find it on YouTube. There was this guy, I guess he had a lot of money, but he owned a house in Key West, two and regular houses, and I think one or two of them destroyed from hurricanes or tropical storms. And he did research or whatever, and he built this cement dome. And I can't remember what storm it was or hurricane. He didn't leave. Everybody else left. The only other people that didn't leave, didn't get out, were a news crew. And he let this news crew in. And there's footage of them inside the house and outside the house, and from before and afterwards. And the only thing that he had were some cracks here and there, and usually around the windows. But you go outside after it was all over, everything's almost gone, and his dome is fucking still standing.
dude, I always think it's hilarious when you have these news channels people right in the middle of a storm. Like it could be like 100-mile-an-hour winds and just pouring down, and here it comes. There's a guy named Pablo sitting there. Hey, I'm reporting from the eye of a storm. He's getting blown sideways. He's getting blown sideways. I'm like, dude, how do they do it?
Whoa, why that timeout so weird?
Oh man, you know what I'm talking about? Like they're just like right
Oh,
in
yeah.
the middle of it.
Oh yeah, dude. I think I've told the story before on the podcast, where WIOD in Miami that I worked at, the first station I worked at, was News Talk Radio, and I can't remember who I told this. I told this to somebody else recently on one of the podcasts. Live on the air. Now, do you remember the story about the dude that hijacked a school bus in Miami in the mid '90s, and drove it all around Miami, and then finally parked it at Joe's Stone Crab, and they fucking took him out with a sniper.
Oh no, really? Wow, with kids in it and everything.
Yeah.
Oh no, dude. I mean, I was
Dude.
young. I didn't pay attention to the news then.
When that
Yeah.
that happened live, right?
Oh
And
shit.
that happened. Well, of course it happened live, but at the radio station, a couple of the newer news people. One of them wasn't from around Miami. He had only been there a couple of months. I've told a Me Too story about him on a previous podcast. Anyway, he and this other lady who is new to doing news, they go live. They put them on live on the air, interrupt Rick and Suds and Neil Rogers for them to go live on the air to do basically like the helicopter, like the chase, like the OJ chase on the radio. And here, fucking dude is saying that the school bus is going east on 95. Like, what? Wait, what? I think 95 only goes north and south.
Like he was going in the wrong way, telling people. It's
Oh,
going
it was so bad, dude. And you've got three of the greatest broadcasters right there that were already live that could do it. And you got this hammerhead fucking, and they're sitting in the studio going, what? It was insane. I was in the control room going, holy fuck, is this really happening? And then a couple other producers
you couldn't
were there
cut
too.
them
They were
off.
just like,
You couldn't switch it or anything.
well, the guys came on the air going,
Oh.
Brian, no, the 826 does not go north and south. It goes east and
They
west.
corrected him. Oh.
Yeah, they finally were like, what the fuck is this? What are we doing? And then, of course, they went on to, as they did, just scorch anybody who fucked shit up like that. Yeah, oh, man, they took a fucking beating. And it was deserved. And it wasn't totally their fault, you know. It was also the people who said to put those people on the air. That's whose fault it was. See, they go deep. We got to go deep. Where did the money, you know? When you follow the money, don't. This not this one, you know. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Dude, I can only imagine, man, that world about being live, whether it's on TV or radio.
Dude, 9/11. I'm sorry, you know. I'm sorry for you to be my fucking Ed McMahon, but 9/11. I was in one of the biggest newsroom in Miami at the time. Because when 9/11 happened, that what I talked about before, when that happened, the school bus thing, that was when we were on down in Miami. We got sold, bought again. They made this big compound, so the newsroom was huge, and this whole thing. 9/11 happens. I'm talking to my old boss and another coworker. We're just shooting the shit, and one of our coworkers comes around the corner and goes, "Hey man, hey guys, fucking a plane just flew into the." He didn't say World Trade Center. First he messed it up, and he said it was the Empire State Building. Then he came out of his office, and we went, "What?" And then he went into his office as he said it. Then he came out of his office and said, "No, I meant the World Trade Center." And then off he went. And then one of the dudes went, Adam went, after a couple of seconds, he went, we just staring at each other, and he went, "Oh, I love a good news day." And off he went to the newsroom. And then
Oh, really? He said that? Oh,
Yeah.
shit. God.
that was
I mean, they
Adam.
do. I mean, that is their job. I mean, I can imagine, right?
And Adam wasn't in news, but he just said that because that was Adam. And then Mark and I are just looking at each other going, is this important? Really? What?
Dude.
A little plane, because we didn't know the impact.
It
We
was
didn't
an
know
airliner.
at the time. We didn't know it was an air. Yeah, we just thought it was a little prop plane or something, some accident, you know.
That
And then
was
we
one of
looked at
the,
each other and we went, I guess we should go to the newsroom, right? Because we were in production. Because fucking 15 minutes later, we were putting shit together to go out on the air going, WIOD coverage of 9/11, of the attacks, and we were putting out all that stuff and hooking up with the voice people.
Okay, so how did you guys? Quick question: how did you guys deal with? Okay, did you have to with a story like that and it's happening live? How did you guys maintain music with that? With the was it just like a talk channel,
Well,
or was it a music mostly?
Where we were basically in this is when Clear Channel gobbled everything up. We were part of the Clear Channel gobbling everything. So there were 7 radio stations. So we had we had 2 news stations,
Gotcha.
WINS, WINZ, and WIOD, which were AM. But then
Okay.
we also had fucking Big 106, which was classic rock. We had Love 94, which was light jazz. We had Zeta, which was modern rock. What was the other one? Planet, which was like alternative. Anyway, so then we also had a handful of production people. So we had a couple of guys that did we also had Y100, which was one of the bigger stations. That was the top 40 station. So Mark, which is my old boss, I was kind of like an assistant production director. Mark did the AMs. He was the production guy, so he put everything together, all the rejoins, promos, a lot of stuff, and I did the commercial stuff, mostly. Then you had 2 other guys, Joe and Chris, Joe did the production stuff for Big and Y100 and Planet, and Chris did Zeta and one of the other stations, or Zeta and Big, or whatever. So we had 3 production guys for 7 stations. Oh, right, Mark did WINS as well. WINS, something like that. Whatever. Follow along. It's not that hard. So all these guys who are normally just doing, regular stuff, new promos,
Right.
next week promos, ISDN hookups with the voice people, like Chris Corley, RIP. Chris Corley, Y100. Chris Corley's did my demo. Chris Corley did my sidekick demo. Wayne Roberts. It's so cool to hear him say my name. But he did. He tits up.
Can't imagine being
That
on
dude.
radio. It'd be cool. It would be a cool job.
Little offshoot of the 9/11 story. When I moved away from Florida, I knew Chris Corley for being the voice of Y100. I moved away from Florida. I moved to Nashville, and I ended up driving to New Orleans a lot, Atlanta a lot, North Carolina a bunch for auditions and jobs. Going through the radio in the early 2000s. I'd be going through in Atlanta or whatever, and I'd fucking hit the station. There's Chris Corley on, I'm like, whoa, that's right. He's on in Atlanta. I flip over to the AMs to find an AM station. There's Chris again on an AM station. Like, God damn. I'm driving to Alabama. Boom, boom. I'm going through the stations. There's Chris Corley. Z75. Like, fucking, hey, this guy. Get to New Orleans. Dude, Chris Corley everywhere. I'm like, that's one of the reasons why I was like, that's why I want to do voiceover. I could just crawl out of my bed, go into my little fucking studio in my underwear, if I wear any, and bada beep, bada boop, bada beep, bada boop, and I can be, just Chris Corley fucking.
And is that how they do it? That's how they do it now. Probably it's fast. Everything's faster. You can do that on a computer.
It's a
You can
lot
do it on
different
cell
now.
phone. You do it on your cell phone with an app, I'm sure, and just send it off.
You can do it that way now too, but you want better quality. You want as good quality as possible, like studio quality. But
Yeah.
you don't have to do the ISDN thing anymore, like you used to. Like the ISDN was like a really powerful telephone line that made it sound like you were in the same room at the same quality. Like when I worked with Joe Rogan in 2007, he was doing an interview with just one day, a quick thing. It was because they rented out our studios so they could use the ISDN lines. It was so expensive. Most people didn't have them in their homes unless they were loaded like Chris Corley and big voice guys like
Right.
Don LaFontaine, in a world where laughter was king.
Dude, you could have you have that voice like that guy that used to do those '80s movies, those action. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Don LaFontaine.
Is that who that was?
You're not just referencing Don LaFontaine, but that's the name that's mostly known. There was also oh fuck, I wish I could play it. Everybody right now, somebody in the chat, James, do me a favor. Pull up or anybody pull it up. Go to YouTube, go to another page. Pull up the YouTube comedian trailer. The movie, the Jerry Seinfeld movie Comedian. The trailer has nothing to do with the movie. Hal Douglas. I knew if I talked about it, Hal's
But
name.
is that who I'm talking about?
You're talking about Don LaFontaine and Hal Douglas.
Okay.
They used to do most of those trailers, but there were other guys too that came along. But the earlier guys were yeah. So, but the comedian trailer, the Jerry Seinfeld movie Comedian, which is like 20 years old now, or more.
Yeah.
The trailer has nothing to do with the movie. The trailer is all about Hal Douglas, the voice guy doing the trailer, trying to record the trailer soundtrack, but he keeps saying "in a world." He can't say "in a world."
Dude,
And they end up firing him at the end. You get out of the booth, Jack. No, I like it in here. I hate. There's a point where, and you can see it. It's just like like what I used to do. I've done both. I was in the control room and I've been the voice guy, but I've also been that guy in the control room going no, wrong, and there's like a little talkback button. And at one point he goes, "I hate you," because Hal can't stop going in a world, and then
the only thing that stuck in my head was one of those Van Damme movies he did when he plays the twins, and he's like, "And now you see two of them."
And now you see two of them.
Oh man! And I just picture Van Damme doing both characters in his fate. You know what I mean? They just bring in the shot of him doing both guys. It's god, that's hilarious.
My first movie trailer was for one of those early startup internet channels. I can't remember the fucking name.
For
but
what though?
It was a movie channel for. This one was all centered on horror movies, really shitty horror movies that you'd never heard of, stuff that people were making on the internet.
Dude, I just didn't know there was a world out there like that. I just didn't know there was a world like that out there. I was just thinking, I mean, it was college, but we were
And
just,
the only reason I got this gig was my buddy Adam, who I was in the Lycos commercial with Anna Kournikova.
shit.
Years later, he was still in Miami, but I was in LA.
Did you get to meet her though?
Unfortunately, yeah. Oh, you want to hear the Anna Kournikova
Oh, I
story?
thought she was hot. Wasn't she like super hot at the time? Like 5'11", right? Tan.
5'9", 5'8".
Oh, 5'9", 5'8". Okay, I thought she was a little taller.
8-ish. Oh, you want to hear the Anna Kournikova? My Anna Kournikova. If you want to see
that
it,
guy's voice.
You want to hear my Anna Kournikova stories? Do you want to hear them, Mr. Beckham? Do you want?
Now you see two.
If you want. Dude, when I was shooting that commercial,
I didn't have you do my own coming into the Paulcast show, and now you have Beckham.
and now you have Beckham.
There you go.
That's basically how I got the gig with Sam on Conspiracies Now. After he had me on with the mushy stuff, I thought I was fucking baked, in my apartment. I was baked, and I was, and I had my stuff all set up, and I was between doing some voice stuff, and I had some ideas, and I went, Sam Tripoli, I'm gonna do the whole thing, and then I did some shit like this, Sam Tripoli, whatever, and I sent him the
Hey,
MP3s,
you got the radio.
and then I sent him the MP3s, and he went, dude, you want to be my Ed McMahon? And I went, no, cunt. And I went, of course I said yes.
Dude,
And
tell me
that's-
the Kournikova story.
So,
It's hot. Oh my god.
so Adam, the guy that got me the Incubus gig, they were doing it. You remember Lycos? It's called, like, if anybody wants to look it up right now, it's on the internet.
I think so. Sounds
Lycos, yeah, Lycos.
Yeah.
Anna Kournikova. It was the thing that had the black lab at the end digging at the end of all their commercials. It used to be a search engine. Anyway, they signed her to this big deal. $1 million something, whatever.
Damn.
And they're going to shoot this guy. I was in Miami at the time, and I had just gotten into on-camera stuff after, being in radio for a bunch of years. And my agent sends me on this audition for this commercial where I get paired up with this other dude, and we're playing these two dudes that, this celebrity knocks on your door, and you open the door and it's them, and you go, oh my Jesus, holy shit, and then you just run. So I did it, and this was for one of the two. There was two directors on the commercial. There was a dude in a wheelchair and another dude, and the dude in the wheelchair seemed to have most of the power, and he didn't. Apparently, I knew the lady running the camera at the casting director's office. I knew her. She was one of my original acting mentors in Miami. And at this time, she was running the camera for this one casting
You guys
director.
hooked up?
No, God.
Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry, sometimes it just throws things in there.
Oh my God, no. A Jesus freak, but doesn't know anything about mushy. Anyway, but she was sweet to me for a long time. She was, she was good to me. She pointed me in the right direction for a lot of stuff. It was good. Anyway, my future wife is how I knew her. My future wife and I and her and some other people, we have dinner like a week later
Is
after
that the
that.
36-hour wife?
What?
Weren't you married for 36 hours, or did that? Never mind. I thought we had that conversation.
36 hours? No, that ain't me, brother. That ain't me. I swear to God, that ain't. Oh my God, that ain't me.
I was like, was that the 36-hour wife? Never mind, dude.
Do I have it? Is this a total recall moment?
I mean, you rethink your life.
And then Mr. Quaid was reminded of a 36-hour wife, not just that fucking blonde cunt Sharon Stone.
Sorry. That we had that conversation the last time.
No, I didn't have any 36-hour wife. At least not one that I got
You're like,
married
wait a
to.
minute, did I?
I had some 36-hour weekends,
Escapades.
but none that I tied that kind of knot. Anyway, where the fuck were we?
The guy in the wheelchair, director guy.
Oh, so at this dinner a week later, I asked her. I said, "What did I do? But I know I didn't get the gig. Did I do anything wrong?" She's like, "Listen, you were fine. He didn't like anybody. We don't know what's going on with this commercial. It's all messed up." Like, okay, whatever. Okay, cool. I did okay.
But she would have told you. She would have given you an honest critique.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and she said I was fine. Because I was Mr. Minimalist, and they were looking for minimal, but he just, for some reason, didn't like me. Anyway, so there was, of course, a whole bunch of dudes that fucking did audition. And I don't know, unbeknownst to me, they go and they actually cast that commercial and they shoot it. And what it was, this was different though. They shot this other commercial where it was a whole bunch of dudes getting ready for tickets to go on sale for something, and there's a whole line of them, whatever. And then you get to the point where there's super fucking fans, and then there's this one point where you see guys with A's and N's on their chests in the stands, fucking doing this, and then there's a wide shot, and you see it says Anna, or whatever. So they were shooting it, and they shot all this stuff. This is what I originally auditioned for. So that's where he didn't like me. This is different. I'm sorry, I fucked the story up. I can't remember what the audition was for that. I don't remember if I was one of those guys or something else. There was a whole bunch of things where there's a whole bunch of dudes, and it's all about, oh, these tickets are finally on sale, and I've been in line forever. That's when they didn't like me. And they go and they shoot this thing. They shot all the stuff with all the people they cast, and then she showed up, Anna, to do hers, and they had a stand-in to do the tennis stuff. Turns out it was at a big tennis center. It was a tennis center in Miami. She showed up like 7 hours late to the set, which of course put all these cast members, everybody on late fees for meal penalties, all this union shit. This is a union gig. This is a SAG gig.
Oh, God.
So all these crew members, this giant crew, all these people filling the tennis center, all this 7 hours, dude.
Wow.
And she gets there and doesn't like her fucking stand-in. You don't even know what happened. You don't even know what it looks like on camp. You don't even know yet. This is 20 years ago. This is early 2001, February 2001. And this is actually probably a month or so earlier. It was February 2001 when we shot the commercial that I did.
Wow.
Anyway, they end up having to scrap the fucking commercial. But they decide to do another. They have to do another one. They have this other idea. Now it's at a new casting director. So my agent calls and says, hey, it's a Lycos commercial on a Kournikova thing. Now it's down at Lori Wyman's. Was it Lori Wyman? I think it was Lori Wyman. No, that was the original. No, this one was down farther south in Miami. Anyway, I'm like, wait, they didn't like me for the first one. Why would I even go? And she says, just go. All right, I'll go. When I go, I get paired, luckily, with Adam, who had been previously cast as one of the N's in the previous commercial. So they already liked him. We get paired together. We go in. We fucking murder the whole thing about celebrity shows up. We don't, and we now at this point, I know it's on a Kournikova, some hot chick, like, huh. And then, wait, there's a car? She gives us a car. Anyway, now I'm getting to the funny stories. So I get the fucking gig. We have to wait because then they have to go through tapes from LA and New York. And we're just sitting there over the whole weekend. Adam and I are like, oh, fuck. And I'm not even SAG yet, but I'm up for this fucking gig. I get the gig. Anyway, first day, we shoot a bunch of stuff with a stand-in, the stuff where Adam and I actually answer the door. And then... was it Robbie Greenberg was the cinematographer. He had just come from shooting Save the Last Dance. This dude was so fucking cool. He was the cinematographer, not the director. Dude was so cool. You know who he reminded me of? You remember the Blue Lagoon with Brooke Shields and Chris?
Yeah, a little bit. Like that guy?
No, the Patty, the guy that they gets originally stranded, and then he gets drunk and drowns.
Too little. No.
The fat guy that they get stranded on originally with on the that's who Robbie reminded me of. But it's super fucking cool. Anyway, so now Anna shows up late. So there's a little meal penalty. There's a whole thing where she has a whole problem. We're late again, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so we finally get to where we're in the house, and now they're shooting Anna over our shoulder.
Right. Okay. The stand-in would have been on the other side, right?
Yeah, they already shot us. They already shot us answering the door, all that stuff.
Sure, gotcha.
So now she's there, so now we can finally shoot when we answer the door. She's there on the porch with her mom and the makeup lady. Now, I'm fucking 30, I'm 29 years old at this point. I don't have this. I couldn't even grow this yet. I looked a lot younger. But I'm 29 years old. She's 18, 19, 19, I think, at the time. She's 10 years younger than me. Adam is, I think, 26, 25. Anyway, come to find out that was one of her problems. I fucked up the lead. At one point, we're in the house, whole bunch of crew. Robbie asked me and Adam to get on our marks and open the door so he can check the light when he opens the door. We do the thing. Okay, sure. Ready? Boom. And they don't know outside. Anna and her mom and the makeup lady, they're just doing their thing. They don't know. We're just, just going through stuff, setting everything up. We get in our marks, and Adam opens the door, and there's this woman doing her hair, and she looks at us and goes, "Ugh, they do look like boys." Just as she says that, Adam fucking looks up at me because he's shorter. He looks at me like this. Or was it this way? I can't remember which way. And then nobody told him. He just threw the door shut, slammed it right in her fucking face. The whole room inside, Robbie starts laughing. The whole crew inside just fucking starts howling. God, and come to find out, part of the problem that was making everything late was she thought she saw us when I don't know who she saw, but yeah, she saw us, and she was like, why do I have to work with boys? I'm like, what? I'm fucking 10 years older than you cunt. Fuck you, you fucking diva.
What did she think y'all were, like 15?
And dude, and the shit that we could hear. What makes the story better, which I should have set up better, was right before Robbie asked us to get on our marks and do what we did. All we were hearing outside the door was all this fucking bitch. And
so I see what you have a different perspective of her now. Yeah,
it was just so you fucking
just don't talk. Just open your mouth.
And I don't really blame her. I don't blame her. I don't blame the kid, man. It was her mom, man.
Oh, okay.
But then they decided now that we can give everybody that meal break that they've been waiting for 6 hours. 4 hours, whatever the fuck it was, which meant more money for us, which was fine. She was a bitch, and it just made my paycheck better, and me and Adam's paycheck better. They had this time to where they ran over to the next house next door. They had this quick idea, and they went, we can actually have that other commercial that we already shot not go to waste and they had some writers, and they went, let's rent out this house over here. They threw fucking thousands of dollars at these people, and they went, sure.
God.
Use their living room with her just sitting there going, blah, 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 and they cut it in to the previous commercial that they thought they had to scrap. So then they saved all kinds of fucking money while we're sitting there going, oh, look at them go. Look at them scramble. Hey, Adam, this is adding to my paycheck, right? Yeah, because he knew SAG. He worked with Burt Reynolds as a kid. That's how he was SAG. He worked in some Burt Reynolds movie, baseball movie, when he was a kid. Jeez. So then the next day, we don't have to worry about Anna because she's not there. All the driving stuff we shot the second day. No Anna, don't have to worry about it. Totally different fucking feeling on the set. Everybody was so much more relaxed. It was so, you could feel it. It was so insanely different. And that's where I learned how much producers fuck you if you don't know the union rules when you're working union. They fucked me. I did the stunt, dude.
I can only imagine, dude.
If you see the commercial, I did the stunt with the stunt man, which we did this move where we came screaming at the camera in the car. We did it, 5 or 6 times? And he does a fucking 180 and just cuts the wheel, pulls the brake, and fucking boom, and we were supposed to go peeling away from it. But they had to change the shot because every time he did it, the car would go.
Did
It was
that
one
the
of those-
camera set up on the hood or on the?
No. Actually, we were driving right to the camera and then
Okay.
doing that, and then we were supposed to fucking peel away, and it kept going.
Hmm.
So then they had to do this other shot where we did a power hole and baked it over and then pulled away. So they cut to that instead. If you see the commercial, Lycos on a Kournikova. I've put the link up many times, but at one point the stunt guy was so pissed off he ripped the fucking cover off the shifter. He was like, "This fucking piece of shit." Whoa. Because they asked me if I wanted to do the stunt, if I wanted to be in the car, and I went, oh, sure, of course. I didn't know at the time
Got whiplash.
because I wasn't SAG yet.
Yeah.
This is my first SAG gig. I didn't know that when it came to stunts, that you had to negotiate the extra pay before you do the stunt. I just thought, okay,
Makes
sure, I'll
sense.
do it, no problem. And then I'll
Right.
call my agent later and I'll say, oh, by the way, I did the stunt, and I'll get the bump for the stunt. I didn't know it didn't work that way, and Adam didn't tell me. Adam thought I knew. I went and did that we did fucking 5 or 6 takes of screaming at the camera at fucking 35 miles an hour and going, wow. Fucking crazy. Oh, I just hurt my elbow.
That would make sense, though. I mean, you know, I could see that from a protection
Producers-
aspect. From a protection aspect, you know, you have to, you know.
No, they were
agree to what
protecting. They were saving money by not paying me an extra fucking $2,500. Cunts.
Well,
That's
I
what
mean,
their protection.
yeah,
That's
I mean,
what
that's-
their protection was.
that's true.
That's
But,
exactly.
but
what
I would feel bad though. I don't know. I guess if it was my budget, I'd be like, well, I guess do I tell them that's an extra 2,500 I'm saving over here, and I can move it over there, or you know. But the type of person I am, I would be like, look, dude, I gotta send you here, or we got to agree on this before we shoot. You know, I don't know. It's all ethical to me. They don't give a shit, do they? They don't care.
No, they don't. And what sucks is a lot of producers these days are actors as well, which is really gross. Makes it even more disgusting because the union is not even the union as what it was. SAG is not what it was. It has been destroyed. I used to be part of the new deals and voting for new deals and going to all the stuff. And I realized this is a fucking Justine Bateman standing right beside me going, this is fucking bullshit. And yeah. And then 95% of us vote for a strike, and then they don't do the strike, and they take the shitty deal. And I'm like, all right, I'm done. That was fucking 15 years ago. I'm like, I'm done.
Did you say
fighting with this.
Jason Bateman?
Justine Bateman, his sister.
Oh, Justin. Oh,
Yeah, she's fucking super fucking cool, dude.
huh. I gotta look her up.
She's super cool, and she has fought for a lot of the good stuff. She's like a Jill Stein when it comes to the Screen Actors Guild. She's real, not a corporate fucko, and it's all become a corporate fuck. It sucks.
Well, her
Fuck
brother
SAG.
just finished Ozark, I guess.
I've just finished it today.
Oh,
finished
you
it
did?
today.
I did too.
Can you believe how it ended?
Oh no, I can't believe it, dude. I felt so bad.
I was like,
I
thought that was
go.
a badass ending. Spoiler alert if nobody's seen the end of fucking Ozark.
Dude,
We haven't said anything yet. But
No, I'm not gonna say anything. I was shocked by the ending that I had to go and read about it. I had to go read on it because
you remember in the first
couldn't-
season, he couldn't pull the trigger. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I mean,
And then that's how it ended. Oh my
Dude.
God, dude. I thought it was fucking
I was
brilliant.
kind of wondering because of what was happening up to the last scene. If you know what I'm talking about. The ghosts.
Right?
Yeah. I was a little prepared for it though. I wasn't completely shocked by it.
I'm still kind of.
Is that what you're
shocked.
talking?
I
Is
thought
that
it
what
was
you're talking about? The end, like the complete ending?
The
Or the
actual
overall
ending, yeah. It just
Oh,
ends. It ends with a certain gunshot from
Yeah,
from someone that pulled the trigger that couldn't pull the trigger back in the
part-
first season.
Right. It's right. Yeah. Yep. You're
And
right.
that kid, oh my God. I was like, that's it?
Dude, that lady warned
Whoa.
him. That
Dude,
the
I
ex
tell you the
FBI
truth.
agent warned him just leave. You're not gonna do anything here. Just leave.
I am most of the people that know me, maybe not from the podcast, but anybody that knows me from just not from the podcast knows that I am a huge Breaking Bad fan. Breaking Bad was almost perfect. There was a few things that were really stupid, like Walt stuffing or Skylar stuffing a whole pack of cigarettes down the toilet. She's not that stupid. Back in season 2 or whatever it was. There's a couple of moments that were like, what the fuck? But overall, Breaking Bad is one of the greatest things ever made. What was my point? Breaking Bad.
The ending.
That ending of Ozark, if that is the ending,
I think they're
because
done.
that's one of the cool parts is it left it sort of open.
Yeah, but I think they're done though.
But that ending is, I think, as great as the ending of Breaking Bad is. That ending was so fucking cool because
The only thing
you were like, wait, that's not how you. It did not end in a typical fashion of okay, yeah, and everything's all summed up. It ended in a. Let me finish.
Open ended or whatever. Yeah, where you can come back.
It ended in a blast.
You heard the right? You heard the pump.
You're goddamn right, I did. Well, the
heard
the pump.
No,
the pump
the
was on
camera-
screen.
The was it on screen or did the camera
the
go
pump,
away?
The pump was on screen.
You're right. It was on screen. You're right.
The pump was on screen.
You're right.
It went dark like Sopranos, and then a second later,
Boom.
blam.
Bam. And you don't get 2, you just get 1.
Dude, how fucking brilliant. Because we're talking about Bateman. Dude, I grew up in this house emulating
Jason Bateman. Yeah.
I grew up in this house emulating that motherfucker. It's Your Move. Have you ever seen It's Your Move?
Maybe.
You've never seen It's Your Move. No, you haven't. I know you haven't.
Maybe
Look it
not.
up.
I don't know. I have to look and see.
Anybody who's paying attention, listening live or in the future, look up It's Your Move. Hopefully, I'll remember to put the link in the description. It's Your Move was a sitcom that Jason did after he left Silver Spoons. He was a recurring character on Silver Spoons with Ricky Schroeder, and he became popular because he was Derek the asshole. Right? Yeah, you were way too young. This is when I was like fucking 10, 11, 12 years old. When I was Elliot, E.T. age. So Derek Bateman was the cunt on he was his asshole friend on Silver Spoons, and he became really popular. They gave him his own show on NBC called It's Your Move. It's Your Move was about him being a conniving, really smart kid, 15 years old, 14, 15 years old, single mom and a sister, with a neighbor who had a thing for his mom, who understood how conniving he was, even though a lot of people didn't. The neighbor was played by David Garrison before he went on to play the neighbor on Married with Children, Marcy's first husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So, and the scenes with him and Bateman, because he knows how Bateman is dude, Matthew something. It's Your Move, and they had to cancel it because Bateman was so fucking good as a teenager, as a young teen, because he'd been acting since he was a little kid. He was on Little House on the Prairie before. He was so good on this show. They canceled the show, apparently. One of the reasons was because he was influencing a lot to be conniving little shits.
Dude, are you serious?
It was so great. Dude, if you go watch the show, you will be amazed at how good he was.
Well, he's like in this show. And I guess he he just thought of doing it. I don't know if he thought of doing it that way or they wrote it that way on the script. Well, he pauses when he pauses to get his point across.
No, that's just him, dude.
Is that
He's
just
a thinker. He's a thinker.
Oh, okay.
He's not an actor. He's a re-actor. It's not acting. That's one of the things that I learned in my early days of getting into it. Like, no, this isn't acting. Acting is, hi, how are you? No. What you just did is acting. You just reacted. That's acting. Listening and reacting, and not being too big with your reactions. Just what you did, just having a conversation.
Yeah, but
it's reacting. When people call me an actor, whenever they said, I'm like, no, actually, no, I'm a reactor. And a lot of them, some people are like, what? And then a lot of them
I wouldn't know what that is. I wouldn't know what you meant. Oh, okay. But his delivery is on point, though, dude. In the whole show, his delivery, how he does that.
Dude, that's what I'm trying to say about It's Your Move. That's what I'm trying to say. Go back and watch It's Your Move, and you will shit your fucking pants.
You're gonna see the same.
How good the development, and watch. And then after It's Your Move got canceled because of the influence that he was having, because he was so good, because that show was good. It was good. He went on to do the Hogan Family, which became pretty big as well, but he wasn't as conniving. His character was a little more of a nice guy, and he was getting older, but he was still just as good. And the show was originally about what's her name, Rhoda.
I don't remember.
Rhoda, but that was the mom. And the show was originally named after her, Valerie. Shit. She was Rhoda. Anyway, but there was the whole thing, whatever, and actually what they realized was Bateman was the more popular part of the show, and then it became the Hogan Family, and they got rid of Valerie. And they replaced her with Sandy Duncan, the aunt. And the show went on for like 6 more years. Valerie Harper. Thank you, James. The show was originally called Valerie, and then it was called The Hogans, and then it was called The Hogan Family. Or Valerie's Family. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, my point, what I'm trying to tell you is Bateman has been a fucking crush machine since he was a little fucking kid. And like I said, I grew up in this house emulating him. On It's Your Move, a lot of his wardrobe, he wore like red or blue or like sweatshirts without the hoodie. You know, like sweatshirts, long sleeve, and and jeans, whatever. Dude, I fucking dressed like him. Maybe he was. Matthew was.
I thought you were gonna say members only jackets.
Nice reference to the Sopranos. But Bateman has been a crusher, and he can do everything. Everything you've seen him in, he crushes. From what was the basketball when he's one of the announcers to Arrested Development.
He had a comeback, but dude, he was great in that. Yeah, he directed the last episode of Ozark.
He directed a bunch. He directed a bunch of episodes before that too. Yeah, not the final season. He only directed the finale. Laura Linney directed one of those episodes. She directed like the second or third to last episode.
Dude, it was so long though. I was surprised it had that many episodes. But
Dodgeball. Thank you, James. James is like fucking. He's like a whip producer. Jesus.
Dude, it was like, dude, it was a good ending. But I was still shocked, surprised, but wow.
What does any show want to do in the end? What do they want to do? They want to end on a blast. And they literally ended on a fucking blast.
It was back-to-back blasts.
A shotgun blast. And what I loved about it, I think I told you this before, when I got into radio, I told you this on Whip 89 when you were, right? It was Whip 89 you were on, or 88?
89.
No, 88 was Kimba. Yeah, it was 89. And I told you about WIOD when I first listened to them. The first rejoin that I heard, rejoin out of commercials, was the dog whimpering, the little puppy whimpering. and you hear this, woo, woo, and you hear the little WIOD music, and you hear this shock, and you hear the voiceover going, Greg Fadick, 610 WIOD. It's simple. You keep listening, or the puppy gets it.
Yeah.
That's immediately what I thought as I'm sitting there going, oh, here we go. Oh my God, it's almost over. It's almost over. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? And then,
Dude, you know what?
wow.
I think it's coming back, not immediately, in about 3 years. About 3 years.
Yep.
And the reason it comes back is because of what happened in the very end. Because they just didn't leave like they thought they were going to leave. Something happened, and they're back in the. It's like they returned the way they went back again. They're coming back over.
And they kind of left it open like that. Oh shit!
Well, yeah,
we already said the spoiler alert, so fuck everybody. Who?
Well, I don't want to say. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to be careful not to spill it,
but remember one of those last lines. Remember one of the last lines that was said. What do you think? You're the Kennedys.
Mm-hmm. And then like the smile. Who smiled? I have to go back and watch the very end. But somebody smiled.
Somebody what?
Somebody smiled. Like after, like when he drew the gun, and he pumped it. There was somebody smiled. It was either the mom or Jason's character. It wouldn't have been Jason's. I think the mom smiled. It was the mom.
That moment I don't remember. I'll have to go back.
I think she smiled. Like
she probably. I think she did. Yeah, I think she did smirk.
Like
a
she's
little
like,
bit.
oh yeah, you know what to do. You know, she was the one that started off scaredy cat, freaked out mom, and then she's ending like the boss bitch at the end. That's crazy.
Arc.
That is crazy.
Character arc, and
Bateman
and Jason's character didn't really change.
No, he stayed.
You know, like certain. Yeah, he was kind of like, if you want to use the Breaking Bad thing. Laura Linney's character was more of Walter White.
Yeah.
And in a way, because Hank never changed in Breaking Bad, Jason Bateman's character was basically like, or Gus Fring. You know, but he wasn't as evil as Gus Fring.
It just. Yeah, I mean, it could still go on. I mean, you'd have to think of the story, plot, and all that, but it definitely left it open.
Yeah, that was the cool part about the end, about it having that combo, that Sopranos Breaking Bad combo. Because remember, Breaking Bad, at least right before Walt died, that went out in a blast, but there was some more time taken. So it was like a combo of the cut to black, no shot at all. From Sopranos,
Smile,
and then Breaking Bad. You've got the
dude. That was cool.
Say goodbye to Jesse.
Yeah.
Say goodbye to the lab, and then boom. This one had the boom with the fade to black.
Smile, boom, fade to black.
Dude, it's fucking genius. And you know that one of the producers and writers of Ozark came from John Scheiban. John Scheiban, he came from Breaking Bad. And they've had other people that worked on Breaking Bad come in here and there as well.
To kind of to either lend creativity aspects or writing.
Dude, those guys are so fucking smart. And Better Call Saul is
I can imagine, dude.
Dude, Better Call Saul, Jesus Christ!
I never got into that, but I know it's done well in the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, it's been on for 4 or 5 years, right?
They're finishing up with the 6th
This is
season.
the last season, 6th. Okay.
Yeah. And it's
You're right.
It's been good.
I think it was 2015. I think it came out in 2015, so that would put it about 6 years.
And it's been great. That if I'm not mistaken, the finale, Felina. Was it Felina, or was it the finale of the first part? No. In Breaking Bad, the first episode, if I'm not mistaken, of season 5 premiered on my birthday. And I was like, whoa, that's pretty fucking badass. And then the first 8 episodes of season 5, and then they did the other 8, which is what's going to happen with Better Call Saul, where we're only getting a few more, and then a couple of months later, we're going to get the rest.
Too bad drug dealers are not that smart in real life.
But, dude, the most recent Better Call Saul. Oh my God, dude, so great.
Dude, I remember watching that old guy, the very old guy in that, the PI that was, of course, in Breaking Bad.
You're talking
really
about
old dude.
Jonathan Banks, Mike Ehrmantraut.
He was in Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah, that guy. I remember watching.
Hey, cuz. Yeah, back when he had fucking hair.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he was also in 48 Hours.
He was like
Beverly,
somebody's...
yeah, 48 Hours. He's the one that gets shot on the stairs at the beginning. Don't do it, Jack. Don't go to him, Jack. He's the one that gets shot on the stairs.
But he was also
done
in
a ton of shit.
He was in a running TV show. He was somebody's mark.
It was
boss or something. He was somebody's boss for like.
It was the one with Ken Wall, wise guy.
Why? There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Ken Wall.
Teenager.
Jonathan Banks done a ton of shit. But
Yes.
but yeah, it's Mike Ehrmantraut. That's one of his. Yeah, that's a classic fucking character.
You know they're doing Beverly Hills Cop 4.
Yeah.
You don't like it?
I have no expectations.
3 was. I liked 1 and 2. 3 was like.
3 was a joke.
It was. It was done at Disney
Dude.
World or something. Yeah, it was kind
Dude,
of dumb.
3 was like they handed the production over to a bunch of first year students at USC.
Yeah, they did it all at this.
No, you want to stick with the folks that are doing the thesis films. They know what they're doing.
I agree.
That's part of that was a bunch of my career was doing thesis films for USC and Chapman. And dude, Chapman was in the news recently where some fucking kid got killed. They were shooting something in some sand dunes, and apparently there was something like an Odyssey, like a quad runner flipped over or whatever when they were shooting something. Some dude fucking died. No, Chapman University. Like, oh shit! I think it was a combo Chapman USC thing. I don't know. I was like, well, I used to shoot those films. Oof. Never did one in the desert, but
it would be interesting to learn the process of getting an area zoned off to film and what that takes. It'd be interesting.
Oh, well, the permits and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to learn.
Yeah, that's part of those production duties.
Did you ever have to do that part of it?
That people don't catch usually in the credits,
Right. Yeah, I get that. Did you ever have to do anything like that?
Yeah, I did it. I had to do that with my own short film that I shot.
Okay.
But luckily, I used. I wrote it to where it was mostly. I wrote it like a play, so it was mostly in one location, which I used my apartment, and I had a buddy of mine who had a Mustang that let me use it to do some driving stuff, which was cool. Made it look a little cooler, especially the beginning. It's like the movie's going along really good the first 3 minutes, and then it just this stupid conversation between a guy and a girl in an apartment. But with that and involved in other certain things with other films, where I wasn't supposed to be involved, but I got myself involved because sometimes they were kids and they couldn't, like we had I can't remember the name of the fucking film. It was for USC. It wasn't a thesis film. It was a second year or third year person's film, and they had. It was a house in I think it was Pasadena, really nice house, really huge lawn that they'd gotten. we'd shot a few things, and then as we were trying to shoot this thing on the front lawn, the neighbor wouldn't stop. He was purposely being a cunt. And yeah, and they did their best as kids, trying, sir, fuck you. And then when he got nasty with them as they were being nice, that's when I lost my shit. This is 15 years ago, and I was all being cool. This is not my thing. It's not my thing. But I was like one of the older people there, and felt like I had to, help. Okay, basically what they did was they came in.
Just fucking assholes, man. God.
I went off on this dude enough to where they came back to me and went, okay, you helped us, but now we only have like an hour. We gotta hurry. Because now you shut him up, but now he's gonna go do all these things, so let's hurry up. And we fucking crammed really quick and got our thing, and then I can't remember if cops came or whatever. This guy was a complete fucking asshole.
I was thinking about some kind of name for him.
Did you hear the train?
No.
I hope it came across earlier when I was just talking to myself.
Is it that loud?
It is behind me, yeah. I mean, it's just.
Did you ever hop on the train as a kid?
Yeah, I did.
You did? You rode it?
Yep.
Oh,
Not this one. In another area that when.
They move pretty quick, man, when they're going.
Well, where I moved from this house to the other house that I lived in after this, we had 2 sets of tracks, and it was in a more remote area, right near a depot, where they would stop and have to do a lot of stuff and change over a lot of stuff. So I had a buddy of mine over with my stepbrother, and I think we had a bottle of coffee brandy. We were getting hammered somewhere around midnight or whatever, when we knew that the train would stop on the top level for a bit, and we could go try to jump on, and we did. And apparently we made enough noise to where we had made anyway, where they figured it out, and the train got going for a bit, and then it stopped, and then it started backing up, and that's when we jumped off and fucking fled into the woods. And then ever since then, every once in a while, 3-4 times a year, I'll just about be ready to fall asleep, and I'll remember that and think that what could have happened, where I could have jumped off, fallen, and then that fucking train could have sliced my arm off or my leg, and I go, well, I'm not sleeping for another fucking 30 minutes. Where's my joint?
We tried that one time being a kid, and because the town I lived in, the train would go through there. But yeah, it was just going too fast, and I was too scared to try to jump on. I didn't do it.
Well, yeah, I would have been like you, but this actually at this spot, it came to a stop. So when we jumped on, we waited to jump on until it started it's just started to move, and then we hopped on. We, waited in the woods.
But you don't know what the thing is, though, and that's the thing about the rush. Is that you don't know how far it's going to go down before it could be like an hour, 2 hours, and who's going to go get you and where you're going to be, right? You have to walk back. Hell no.
Yeah, we're talking about 15-year-olds drunk on coffee brandy. We weren't really thinking.
Shit, I was younger than that when we were trying. We were like 8, 9, 10, something like that.
I hope that came across. You hear that?
No.
No? Fuck.
I can't hear it. Maybe somebody else could, but I can't.
Is this the third one? 4?
Does it ever wake you? Now, I do want to take, dude, I love train rides. I do want to take one on like a cross country type of
No,
thing.
dude. Well, if you do, you got to get your own car. Otherwise, it sucks. You can't do it like you're doing.
Like you're not gonna have your own little area.
All right.
Have you ever done one?
First, yeah. I did it from here. Well, I did it from Florida, Fort Lauderdale, all the way up to Boston, and it fucking sucked.
Really?
It fucking sucked. Well, I was doing it like what do you call it? Like regular class on a plane. You don't want to do it that way. Because maybe they're better. I don't know. Today they should be for fucking sure. They shouldn't even be. They should be fucking maglev for all I'm concerned. Well, for all I'm concerned, that didn't sound right.
Yeah, I've been
They should be
wanting-
maglev. We should have had. We should have maglev trains running all across the country, getting people. But they've hampered it down. That's a deep cut of what our government has done to kill all that. To keep their profits up using fossil fuels instead of magnets and other domes and other shit to keep electricity costs.
Yeah, dude,
all that other stuff down.
It kind of sucks that we got away from. I don't know. I just think trains are. I just enjoy them. You get to see the scenery.
If they're
whatever's-
done right,
Yeah.
if see what I'm saying is like coach. I'm talking about coach. You get a coach plane. You get a coach a seat on a plane that goes from Texas to California. No big deal. It's just a few hours. You get that coach fucking ticket on an Amtrak train in 1991, going from Fort Lauderdale all the way to Boston. It fucking sucks. This first night I couldn't sleep. Luckily I had just turned 21. I spent most of my time in the bar car, and I literally slept in the bar car because it was more comfortable in a booth in the bar car. I fucking inhaled Budweiser's, dude.
Like a fucking. I'm pretty sure it smelled and shit.
Dude, from South Carolina to New York, I
Picked
had
up Billy Bob.
a massive fucking
He
headache.
picked up Billy Bob and his
I had
cousin
a-
Sally Sue.
Oh, the fucking headache that I had. Oh,
Dude.
it was so bad. But no, the train. No, I'm with you. The trains are cool, and they should be cooler. They should be like some of the ones they have in Japan and China here, and they should have had that years and years and years ago. There's a whole thing, a whole deep dive on how the auto industry destroyed the tram system that was going well. And if you had taken the tram system that was already in place in the early 1900s and you adapted, keep going with as technology got better, dude, you could. What's the fucking name of the company now where they use the vacuum? Remember in the bank, remember in the. Well, you don't know. Yeah, you remember when you pull up in the drive-through in the bank, the little suction thing.
Yeah, they still exist.
Yeah, and we could be traveling like that, and that technology
Oh, I
has
see
been
what you're saying.
just air tubes, fucking zing, zing, zing. Yeah,
Just-
and that technology has been tamped
Well,
down.
don't they do that in China?
Well, they do the maglev trains. Yeah, they
Japan?
do the maglev trains that travel pretty fast, and you can get from places, and that's. But it's a whole thing that's starts with it's all based still in fossil fuel, auto industry, destroying all the whole corporate piece of fucking dung shit that we fucking live in today. And that's why psychedelics are seriously necessary. Airy?
Dude, they were talking about Cielo Drive has a basement. Did you know that?
I've never heard anybody talk about it. I think I've
I haven't
heard.
either.
I
They
think I've
were
heard-
talking about
I-
it
I
in the
think I've
chat.
heard-
But I was going back to earlier in the show when we were talking about basements and stuff and crazy things. So when I went to LA with Danielle and Anne last year, almost around a year now, the running joke I kept telling them was like, dude, all these houses y'all see around here, they all have these secret sex dungeons. And that was the running joke, right? And then like they were like, whatever, Aaron, you're just bullshitting. And I'm like, no, I'm being serious. And then like the house that we stayed in, we're just sitting there talking in the kitchen one of the days, and we hear this noise to the side, and the wall. This guy literally comes through the wall, like it was like a secret passageway. I guess it was one of the guys that works on the house sometimes. He just comes in through the wall, opens the door, and there was another room in there. And I was like, you see, I told you these houses have secret rooms. I'm telling you guys, I'm not bullshitting you. It was just so hilarious. It was just so funny, man. Like, So
Yeah,
that's, I was reading this chat about, they were saying that supposedly Cielo Drive had a basement, but I mean, I've never heard that before.
I've read a couple of things, but I've never seen anything go real deep on it, so I didn't know if it. I'd like there's like a sliver of a memory of reading something about it a long time ago, but nothing recent. But I would, yeah, dude, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, when they do those LA home shows, those what do you call it? Cribs and shit like that, like Ron White's house, and they've done all those things where those houses, yeah. There's this one room, and like right behind the bar, and they do this. Yeah, a lot of that
Marilyn
shit's been there
Manson,
for a
bro.
long
Well,
fucking
Marilyn
time.
Manson had his windows bricked in and shit in that room where were supposedly, what's his name, did coke with him, Tom O'Neill. He just showed him the room, and he's like, "Oh, why are the windows bricked out? To keep the noise in." The noise in.
Speaking of the Depp trial, you saw the thing where Johnny talks about how he gave Marilyn a pill to make him stop talking so much.
Was it like that right off the bat in the case? Wasn't that like on a Tuesday morning? I think that was on Tuesday.
Dude, 2016. Was it 2016 or 15? 2016, the End of the World podcast. Do you know about the End of the World podcast with Joe Rogan, Bill Burr, Doug Stanhope,
Yeah.
Burt Kreischer, whole bunch of it. They did it at the Comedy Store the night that Trump got elected. It's 4.5 hours long. It's great. I've watched it a few times.
God, Bill Burr fucking
Stanhope, Manson was there. Marilyn Manson was there. Stanhope keeps trying to get him to come on stage, but he won't do it. And Stanhope is freely talking about how he supplied him with, a couple of bumps. But Manson never comes out on stage, even though he's back there. Oh, and I was going to get to that. Oh, fuck. Synchronicity. Dude, if you watch the End of the World podcast, they're sitting on the main stage at the Comedy Store. The last time I was on stage at the Comedy Store was on that stage, thanks to Sam Tripoli, because I was doing, because I did Conspiracies Now. And I'd never been, I had been on the main stage before on the Kill Tony show. But before that, I'd only been on stage in the OR I think I talked about it earlier, where I got lucky and picked for the potluck, the open mic.
Yeah.
So Sam has these shows. He used to do these shows. I can't remember the name. Maybe it'll come to me. But he'd have all these killers on the show. Sam would host it, be in the main room, the big room. And of course, Sam comes out and murders for fucking 10 minutes. And he'd have Rogan, Joey Diaz, dude.
He tells crazy
names,
stories.
the names. Oh, fuck it. Hinchcliffe. The fucking names. All the people. So he'd have 6 fucking killers. But also what Sam would do was, because he was cool to up-and-coming comics, what he would do is he'd come out. Well, before he came out to do his 10 minutes, he'd have a couple of people come out and do 5 minutes. Nobodies that weren't on the list. Up-and-comers. They'd do 5 minutes or whatever, a couple of 5 minutes. Then he comes in, fucking crushes for 10 minutes, introduces, Diaz. Diaz kills. He comes back out, does another couple of minutes, introduces Rogan, or whatever, all those big names, especially in the last 10 years at the store. Well, he puts me on. I'm on one of those shows, but I'm after all the killers. And then there's like 4 or 5 of us that are going to, get 10 minutes or 5 minutes. And he's got sponsors for the show. And a couple of the sponsors were some weed extract place, a couple of weed places.
Right, I'm sure.
I'm in the green room. Same green room that's right there behind the main, main room. If you watch, the End of the World podcast or anything from the Comedy Store with the main stage. I'm back there and there's, the sponsors and stuff. Yeah, sure, this is just CBD. This won't fuck you up. But, dude, an hour before I'm going on, I drank this whole fucking thing. I'm out, of course. Of course, I go out and take a couple of hits off my J every once in a while. I don't realize how much this fucking drink is fucking me up.
Oh, shit.
What's his name? Josh, from the Tom Segura from Your Mom's House podcast. Josh, I can't say his last name. Glasses. Anyway, Josh is going up before me. I'm behind the two curtains. Now, there's two curtains. You see the one curtain, but there's actually another. There's like a few feet, and then there's another curtain, and then there's the actual backstage. So when you see the Comedy Store from the audience perspective and you see that one curtain, there's a second one. Anyway, like I said, I'm pretty high. And Sam had come up to me and said, hey, remember, now, I'm not introducing you like I introduced everybody else. Josh is going to bring you up when he's done. So, and then the show's going to carry on. So, all right? Yeah. And I'm sitting there just worried, like, oh my God, I'm about to go on the main stage of the Comedy Store. Yeah, sure, whatever. What? All of a sudden, a few minutes later, all of a sudden, Josh is fucking introducing me. And I'm like, what's happening? I'm expecting Sam. Totally forget. I'm expecting Sam's going to come back, go out there, take over, do another couple of minutes, and then introduce me. All of a sudden, Josh is just, Wayne Roberts, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck? Oh, shit, that's right. I start scrambling through. I trip over that first curtain as I'm trying to get to the next curtain. So when I open the big curtain, right there, the first thing, the big curtain just opens right up. Everybody's, boom, 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 boom. I stumble out onto the stage because I tripped. And Josh is like, what? And I went, and I did this whole surfing thing. So at least I got him in my, boom, I got him because I tried to fix my joke, whatever. And then I went on to do a whole bunch of mushroom shit.
Did you? I was gonna say, did you already have what you were gonna say? Or you were
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did my mushroom bit, and I started off with the Kenny Loggins, Chuck Norris thing, and yeah. Anyway, not too bad. And at this point, though, the room is only, because all the killers are gone. The room is only a third full now, so it wasn't like I was, in front of the full main room. And I didn't murder, I didn't kill. I got some good laughs. But then at the end, I'd also forgotten when Sam had come to me and said, hey, Josh is going to be bringing you up, and when you're done, you're bringing up so-and-so.
Yeah, right. Oh, shit.
And this dude that I was bringing up, he had this Middle Eastern name, and I couldn't fucking remember it. I didn't know the dude.
Did you just call him Muhammad?
No. I didn't know the dude. He was a door guy at the store.
You just make up a name.
He's probably big now, and I don't even know it. But he was a door guy at the store that I didn't really know. Also, he gave me a joke once though. He gave me a Ken Burns joke that I used to use, but I never remembered his name. Anyway, I also, not only did I forget Sam telling me that, Josh is going to be bringing you up, not me, but you're going to be introducing so-and-so. And then I get to the end of my shit, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess, that's right. I'm supposed to be bringing somebody up. Oh, shit. Hey, Mr. Lightman, do you know?
Oh, shit.
And then from the back, blah, 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 blah. I went, oh. Like I said, la 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 la. Here he comes. Whoops. And I went through that curtain. I got to the backstage. I'm all by myself, and I went, I am so fucking high. Oh my God.
Were they just laughing at you when you went back?
Oh, I was still getting chuckles, yeah. But like I said, I didn't light up the room. I didn't murder or whatever. But I certainly got laughs that were Yeah.
God, it's been a while since I've done a comedy show.
But that was all because of Sam, and that's one of the reasons why I was doing this,
Well, dude,
doing
that
this
must have been when
podcast.
CBD was early in its early stages, right?
What's that?
It must have been when CBD was in its early stages. Or was it already
Not
kind
in
of
LA.
not in
Not in
LA?
LA. Not two, this is 2019.
Oh no, never mind. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
No, that's already
this,
no.
yeah,
Never mind.
this was,
That's just a couple of years ago, dude. I
I
thought you
was,
meant like I thought you were saying like 2015 or 2016. That's only a couple of years ago.
no, I started doing stand up in 2015, 2014, 2015, but no, all this was 2019, but, yeah, that stuff was, I'd never done, any CBD stuff, but I found out how relaxing that shit is.
Well, dude, I got injured. Like I was doing some jujitsu in 2018, and I injured myself. And the guy was like, "Yeah, you try CBD oil or something." So I tried it then, but
The
it
main
didn't
thing-
really. It made me focus. It didn't really. It didn't make me high or anything.
No, it's more of relax. It's like a fucking
Yeah,
natural
well,
Xanax.
well, maybe that's why it made me feel focused. I don't know. 'Cause usually my
And
brain's just going. I'm just going. Maybe make it calm me down or something. It just
Oh,
made me
it-
feel focused.
If
more
it's
than-
just CBD, yeah, it's very calming. When I finally did just,
Right.
took a couple of drops, and like within 5 minutes, I was like, oh my God, I feel like I just took a Xanax. It's
I don't never
great.
get a Xanax. I don't know what that feels like.
Ooh, oof. Yeah. Don't want to get in trouble on that. I've had some time on Xanax. But you also might have had a CBD / THC.
Maybe.
Some of them are like 2/3 CBD, 1/3
Maybe.
THC. Some of
It was
them,
at
the other
one of
way.
those health stores that somebody just owned. It wasn't anything major,
Oh, then that was all CBD.
probably.
Yeah, because they most of those aren't allowed to do the THC thing. But the main medicine, the true medicine of the world, besides psychedelics, is THC oil, not CBD. CBD is good, but the main medicine of the world is THC oil.
And does that help heal
A lot of things.
like an injury? Because that's why I went in the first place.
People have
It
cured
was for an
cancer.
injury.
People have cured cancer inside and out, skin cancer, and
With that stuff?
with THC oil. Yes.
Huh.
Look up Rick Simpson oil.
Oh, that's why they're putting them on marijuana now. Oh, that's right.
And this
Right?
shit's been known for a
Right?
long
They're
time.
trying to put cancer patients on marijuana.
Well, what it used to be known as cannabis, smoking a joint was good for you to feel better after chemotherapy.
Oh,
When in actuality, taking this THC oil, making and taking this THC oil, will make it so you don't have, if you do that, you don't have to do the fucking chemotherapy. See, they're like cutting it off to where the actual OG thing is THC oil, which has made people have to take not only curing cancer, but also lessening their fucking big pharma pill intake, diabetes. It's people, changing their diet and doing THC oil. No more diabetes. All kinds of fucking stuff, dude. Cannabis is the shit. Those domes,
Dude, I thought I was on-
the dome concrete houses that I was mentioning before could be made from hempcrete,
Yeah.
where people wouldn't have to worry about hurricanes and tornadoes anymore.
Yeah, dude.
And it's renewable.
I ate some gummies, and I thought I was on fire and shit. It was crazy. It was insane. Dude.
I'm just coming down from the, like I don't know if you heard me saying earlier before you came on. I meant to chew a 5 milligram gummy, and I chewed a 25 milligram gummy.
Oh, whoa!
I'm
How
just
long did
coming-
that last you?
till about right now.
Really?
Dude, that first hour,
Bro, dude,
before I brought you on, I was just.
Dude, okay, so like when did I do that? This was last year in the summertime. I went to LA in the boat, whatever, and then I was gonna go on the podcast, and I had gotten into LA, got the rental car, long drive, whatever, and I'm gonna go to the gym after I get back. I'm gonna go take a shower. I want to eat it. I'm gonna get some food real quick so I can before the show, so I'll know later. I'll be hungry. So I had coordinated everything. Well, I took the gummies before the shower, so I get back. I ordered the food, and I hadn't eaten anything all day, so it hit me hard. So I ordered the food before it hit me. So as I'm walking across the street to the restaurant where I ordered the food from, it starts to hit hard. As I'm walking in the restaurant, I'm starting to get blurry and everything. And I make it up to the girl at the front desk, telling her about my order. She's like, "Well, you got about 30 minutes. You have to wait a little bit, sir." And at this time,
and you said everything's blurry, lady.
Everything's just blurry, dude. I'm like feeling it. And she's like, "Well, can you just go out and wait past the front door?" And I'm like, I couldn't move. I tried to move really slow. And I was like, "Do not run into the door. Do not run." So I put my arm out because I didn't know if there was a door there or not, bro. Like I couldn't tell. So I don't know if she knew, but anyway. So like I make it outside. I'm standing there not in line, but the people around me, and I'm starting to freak out because I don't know if they know. I'm thinking, do they know that I'm fucked up right now or not? And then those heater lamps, there was one behind me, and it was so hot. I thought I was like, oh shit, I'm on fire. I thought I was on fire. Oh, like the funniest thing was I couldn't tell whether it had been 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. If I had been standing there for a fucking hour.
That's my favorite part. That's my favorite part of that fucking
time, dude.
Time lapse is my favorite.
And I was trying to remember how long a certain person was by me. Holy shit, dude! I was freaking out, man. Anyway, it all worked out. I got my food, made it back to the boat. I tried to get on the Paulcast show. I couldn't do it. That day was really hidden. Luckily, I didn't fall into the fucking ocean or in the water on the way back.
As with every cannabis story, it all ended just fine.
But you know what I'm talking about? I literally was having this conversation in my head. I've been here 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and I was like, that girl's going to think I'm a fucking jackass because I've been standing out here for a fucking hour. Because I've been standing out here for a fucking hour now. But it was probably like 5 minutes, dude. But it seemed like I was 30 minutes.
Oh, fucking love it. Speaking of which, tell a story.
Oh man, I was supposed to get on the podcast and I just couldn't. Is anybody in the chat? Let me see. No, I was supposed to be on the podcast, and I couldn't make it. I tried to get on the phone, and everything was just off. So I just put the phone down, put the food down, and just laid down. Passed the fuck out, dude. I didn't pass out. I just laid there.
Excuse me.
Oh, shit.
Quit. Oh.
That was a funny story.
That's one of the things I enjoy is going off because I can't hear when I take this out. I can't hear, so that's one of my favorite parts is when I have a guest. Tell a story. If I go take a piss,
I was just saying that I was supposed
and
to.
And then when I go back for clips, whatever, and I get to go, oh, where was that? 2:17ish. And I'll remember, and I'll go back just to watch where I left. That's my favorite part when I leave. Oh, what's the story?
No, I was just remembering that I was supposed to be on the podcast. I tried to get on my phone and I couldn't do it, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I was like really like it was really hitting. And I just gave up. I just put the phone down and just laid down there, stare at the ceiling, dude, for a little bit.
My worst when it came to a phone, driving, whole thing. My buddy Tim and he moved down to, my buddy Tim, my tripping buddy, used to live in my building. Did I tell you this on the last time you were
No,
on?
I don't think so.
A couple of years later or so, he'd moved to Arizona, and then he moved back to California. And when he moved back to California, he was in Long Beach. So he was about a little over an hour away.
Yeah, that's where I live. That's where I stay.
In no traffic, all the way to the valley. So he's gonna, so he lived there. He's gonna come back to my place,
Yep.
and we're gonna shroom. I drive down to get him because he couldn't drive at the time. I drive down with the plan, with the idea of, okay, I split everything. I split the half ounce, the 7 and 7, one bag. I get down there, and my plan was, here's yours. You can eat whenever you want. I would hope that you wait. Let's eat together. Let's eat together.
Yeah, right.
But my plan was, as soon as we got to a certain point up the 405, start eating them. You got time for them to kick in before you get home, and
Right. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to time it. And I just had to walk across the street.
Dude, as soon as Tim comes down and he puts his shit in the car, we start driving, and within 5 minutes, he's already gobbled his fucking 7 grams.
Oh, dude. He just couldn't hold it.
Remember when I told you that he wasn't able to drive?
Yeah.
There's a little clue to why.
All right.
Fucking just gobbled them. I'm sitting there, I'm driving like, you cunt. You fucking, they are sacred, you stupid fuck. Can you wait for a bit? Anyway.
Yeah, you just gotta wait
There's a little bit of traffic.
Sure.
I'm like, okay, as soon as we're out of this traffic, I'll start chewing a little bit, because then we've only got so much time.
Right.
We get going really good. All right, sweet, we're moving. All right, give me my bag. I have a couple of stems and a couple of caps. We get going. We hit another little patch of like, whoa, slow down. What the fuck's going on? 405. Why didn't I think of this? Oh shit.
Or
And
the
this is at
710.
night.
If you're going to Long Beach, the 710 sometimes can get like.
Well, we're going right now. We're going from Long Beach to the San Fernando Valley.
Oh,
we're
okay.
going north up the 405.
Right. Got you.
And after going through a few other places before getting on the 405. Anyway, just after we get onto the 405, after that, all of a sudden there's another slowdown, and I'm like, oh, I'm starting to go, oh shit. We've got all that way, we've got that fucking hill before. Oh fuck, man, come on. And in that point, I'd eaten another cap.
Oh.
So now I've had like 3 caps and 3 stems, and I'm not even done. That's not even half of my shit. That's not even half of my 7 grams. Dude, when I was going north on the 405 and starting to go up the hill right next to the, the Getty Center. Speaking of dungeons. I couldn't see anymore.
Oh shit.
The lights were so fucking bright. And then Asshat, my friend Tim, who's already eaten 7 grams, he's like, if you got a problem, man, I can drive. You fucking dumb
Dude,
cunt.
you guys I hope you just pulled over and just looked at the fucking moon. I don't know.
No, I was like this. Fuck. We almost there. When we got over that hill, when we went over the hill into the valley, it was such a relief to throw my truck into neutral and just coast and going, we're almost there. It sucked. And then, didn't I tell you this?
No.
And then we get to my place, park my truck, Go up to my place. I eat the rest of my shit. We're going pretty well now. Go downstairs to smoke a cigarette out front. And as we're out front, we see one of my neighbors, and they say hey to Tim because they hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, we have this little conversation. Everything's great. And then just as soon as they shut their fucking door, say goodnight, all of a sudden we hear this, BAM! What the fuck was that? Was that you? Was that me? Did we both hear that? What the fuck was that? And we're just off Ventura Boulevard. Dude, we're like walking down the sidewalk going, what the hell's going on? Come up and go up. We go up as we get towards Ventura Boulevard around the corner. We're seeing smoke.
Oh, shit.
Like, what the fuck? This is real. This is real. This is intense. We're tripping balls, and this is intense. Get around there. Get up to Ventura Boulevard. This dude passed out, drunk, through the intersection. But when he didn't, there's an intersection at Studio City at Radford where it's like this, but then it bends around. And when it bends around, you're facing a fucking Shell station, a Shell gas station. But also a little island that has this brick, 4-foot brick thing that has this gold plate that says Studio City on it.
Oh.
That dude went through the fucking intersection,
shit.
plowed into that sign where it just said city, took the studio part out, then went through the other intersection and then stopped because of the posts that were right in front of the gas station, right in front of the gas tank. Fucking right in front of the fucking kerosene thing, the guy that where they fill the fucking gas, the tanks for your fucking your grills, the kerosene.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Damn. No, but
It was right there and fucking.
some of those
bam.
intersections are different.
That's
like
when
that
the car.
in California.
That's where the car finally came to the stop, and apparently the guy just crawled right out of the car, going, "Are we there yet?" or something. They were like, "What the fuck? He lived? He lived through that?" Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, dude, so, some of those intersections are tricky like that in some places in LA.
Oh, yeah, especially when you pass out. But dude, that impact, a block away, a block north, on another side of a building, me and Tim out front of our, that sounded like a car got dropped from a 2-story building.
From the
Bam.
sky, just boom.
That's what it sounded like. We're like, what the fuck, dude? What was that? And we thought we were just because we were tripping. And I had already gone through fucking hell driving the 405.
You were getting
man, this is
fucking lights and shit. You're having a light show every time you get to stop.
And I was like, man, in my head, I planned this. I hadn't eaten for a day, so they would hit harder. That's another reason why they hit so hard. when I
They
was
hit
going up
hard
the
when you
405.
don't eat. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, when you know how to do it, yeah, you fast for at least 6 hours.
Right, and that's what I had done. And I thought I was on fire.
Oh, I'm going to go back to James. James asked a question back almost an hour ago. Is your film on YouTube? Which film? There's a bunch of films on YouTube.
One of the ones you were talking about with the USC.
The Chapman one was
the thesis ones.
The Fighting Kind. That's like the one that I'm most proud of. The Fighting Kind. You saw The Fighting Kind.
Yeah.
The one with the sister. With the sister.
Yeah. She was your sister in the show.
In the movie, in the film, yeah, she's my sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then Nils actually wrote a feature length. I think I told you. That one you said you made.
That.
Oh, the one that I made, Adam Moves. My short film, Adam Moves. No, I don't think I ever put that up online. If I have anything, it's on a CD somewhere.
Okay? I think you sent me Did you send me a copy of a script?
I have some DVDs of it.
Didn't you send me a script or something that looks like a script?
Oh, yeah, I sent you it was back to Manson, which is where this is supposed to be anyway.
That's right. You did that thing. right? Or you auditioned?
My buddy Mike, my buddy Mike, who was on Whip 85, I think, Mike Marinaccio. I did a play with him for 6 months, and we did some other stuff, and we're buds. He's here in the Northeast again too. He left LA as well, not long after me. But back then, was it 2018? 2018, I think it was. He emails me, or he messaged me saying, "Hey, dude, I just auditioned for this Manson play," and he knew that I was already into the Manson stuff from first seeing Schreck on hearing the Schreck Midnight Riders from 2017, 2016, 15, stuff like that. So he already knew my Manson stuff, and he's like, "Dude, I just auditioned for this play. You'd actually be perfect for it." And he gave me all the info. And man, I had seen so much, and I fucking had that shit down. I thought I nailed it. I ended up talking to the producers fucking 10, 15 minutes after my audition. We just talked about stuff and like all the stuff. They were really seemed impressed that I knew where they were coming from. And you read the script.
Were they into Manson as much as you were? Did they know the backstory and stuff?
It certainly seemed to be from the script that you read. The sides. It wasn't a script, but it was the sides. It was what was it? 5 pages, 6 pages of the sides, where it's about an actor playing Manson, but he's still trying to get all the Manson stuff down. And dude, I forgot about it, and then a few months later, I remembered for some reason it popped into my head, and I looked up the Playhouse. It was somewhere in Santa Monica, not the Santa Monica Playhouse, but somewhere on the promenade, some theater, small theater. And I looked it up, and I found their website, and they had a little clip of the dude that they actually cast. It was like this 25-second clip, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is this a joke? Did I not get the sides? Is he supposed to be this fucking bad? What the fuck is this, man?
Did you ever find out why they chose him?
No. I just went.
That'd be so cool if you had gotten if you had that.
I texted Mike the link, and I went, "Dude, look who they chose." And he was like, "What the fuck?" And
maybe they did it as a favor to somebody. Who knows, man?
But it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, it was,
yeah, but it still would have been cool if you would have got it.
It was only like a 55-seat theater. It wasn't that big.
Yeah, but it would have been cool though if you would have had that.
I would have crushed it. I would have fucking crushed it.
You would have been able to look, see, and played it for everybody, and that'd be cool.
I had the whole. My hair was actually longer at the time.
Yeah.
And I had a beard, and the beard was longer. I didn't have it as.
It was more full. Your beard was fuller.
Yeah, and I had the whole.
Charlie.
You dig, and I had the whole. I really worked on that.
Did you do the whole man thing? Did you do the?
Oh, dude. Oh man, I did this a couple of times. Oh yeah, dude, I did a lot of it. It was a blast, and I worked on that.
How did you not get it? Now I'm seeing how did you not get it? Like that's crazy.
I don't know, and
maybe you were too good. Is that possible?
I don't know if I'd say that. Maybe, I don't know, but that's one of the reasons why I don't like doing it. Is I was one of those that would put so much fucking work into it. I would spend so many hours and not get it. And I'm like, just all this work for nothing. So the gig, that's one of the reasons why. I mean, I'm not great. I'm not fucking Leo. I'm not Jason Bateman. I'm not. But Jason is. I believe you can see Jason's. You can see if you see my work. I think you can see some Bateman in there, inspiration. Not ripping him off, but I think you can see some Bateman inspiration in some of my work. It has to be there. There's no reason why it wouldn't be. Like I said,
well,
I spent years with him being my hero.
You were learning his mannerisms and stuff
He was my hero before Bill Hicks. He was my hero before Guns N' Roses, before
Dude, I have
Slash and
this-
Duff and Axl and Izzy and Steven.
I have this fucking like show in my head that if I knew how to write a script, I already have like it's kind of like a Manson thing, but more on the law enforcement side of it. But yeah, man, I already have like the opening scene in my head. I already have 3 or 4 scenes in my head. I just don't know how to write it out.
Yeah, you do.
It's in my head. I can see it. And I can
Beckham.
see how I'd want it, like
Beckham.
how it should look and stuff.
Beckham. Beckham. Do you know how to write? Do you know how to type? Do you send text messages?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but
Do you know how to talk? Then you know how to write. Writing is editing. You have the idea, start writing it. Just pull up a note thing, you just start writing. And then what you do is you go back and you read it and you edit it. And as you go back to edit out and put the punctuation that you missed in to fix things, when you're reading it again, you'll realize, oh, wait, yeah, add this. Oh, tighten this up, get rid of that because I already said that. Boom, boom, and that's how it goes. You just write. Just spit it out. The problem that people have is going back and reading their shit. Kind of like me and other podcasters like this, going back and watching what they did or listening to what they did to get clips and sitting there going, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. And listening, because of course, it's me babbling mostly. So to go back and find clips of us, which I already have some ideas, because every once in a while I do look up at the clock just from being a producer in my early days. Luckily, so I don't save myself some horror. The horror that Wayne has to go through. That would have been better. That could have been better.
now you have 2 of them.
Now you have 2. Dude, you have the ideas in your head, you say, right?
Dude, I could get an artist. The artist.
Whoa. Hold on. Forget that. Oh, wait, let's go back to what your ideas in your head that you already have. This is Mr. Coach. Anyway, you have the ideas in your head. You say they're in your head. You just have. They're not going to do anybody any good if they're just in your head, Holmes. You have to spit them out. Spit them out, and then just have the balls, or just have a couple of drinks. Go back and read what you wrote. Fix it. In that fixing will spur more ideas for you to keep going more. So then you add another thing and you go, all right, tomorrow I'll just let it go. Tomorrow I'll have a couple of other drinks, a couple more drinks, and I'll go back and read what I wrote, read it again. And you'll read the first part again. You'll go, oh, that is pretty clean because I already fixed it mostly. You'll tighten that up a little bit more. Then you'll go to what you wrote after that first fix, and you'll go, whoa, and you'll fix some stuff. And then it'll spur more ideas, and it just grows that way. So the more you just continue to write, of course, the more you're going to have to edit. But in the end, after you keep editing, you're going to just keep more and more, and then you're going to go, oh, shit, it's done. Do it, homie. Do it.
Oh,
Remember I told you.
I know, but I'm just like,
I told you I took a 125 bowler, and in 2 years, when we were done, he was a 188 average. So that's just me telling you should listen. Write it, dude. Just write.
Well, yeah. Of course, it's fictional, but I think it'd be pretty cool.
I'm sure it will be, because I've listened to you for I don't know how many months now. For 6-7 months, I've listened to you talk, dude. You're a crusher on the Paulcast. It's one of the reasons why you're here. I know you can do what you're talking about. Just do it.
Well, it's just in relation to because when you investigate crimes and things, well, not necessarily like that was kind of some more. I did one of the fraud stuff, but I mean, you basically are having a story unfold in front of you, right? Even if so it's almost like you just learn that stuff, and you just, I don't know. It's I've gotten it to where it's more a creative side of it type of thing, and now I have all these ideas in my head, and I can see why Hollywood goes to people in those types of occupational to get occupational ideas, theories, ideas, and things like that, and then they turn them into shows because that's where they get their information from. You know, what happened? Where did the light go out? Oh,
That was because of something I was doing, probably.
but anyway, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. That's where CSI was born. A lot of shows, and
Well, I mean,
people
it goes back
in your
to the 50s and shit with Dragnet and all that. Kind of
consulting. Yeah, it started with consulting and whatever,
Right.
and you have consultants for so many different things when it comes to shows, not just
military war stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
Histories, yeah.
So it's not like, I'm not saying you don't have an original idea. Maybe you do, and I think you do. Of course, it's original because it's your head. Just spit the fucking thing out, and think of it first as just the pilot of a 30-minute show with no art.
I wouldn't
Listen,
necessarily do it for a show. I'd do it for maybe a book first. That'd be easier.
you could do that, but as we're moving into, everything is being, you get kind of like how the first 79 podcasts were audio only, because I was trying to stick to the radio thing, which is my core.
Right.
But I moved to video because I understand that things are moving to the visual also side. So yeah, think of it as a novel or short story or whatever. But also you got to keep those visuals in mind because as more and more places to put content come up, they're looking more and more for, you got to write it first.
Right.
So
No,
more and more shit that people have written will get produced. So you got to write it with a vision. Just write it however you fuck you want.
And I have the artist already do it. I mean, I could have an artist already draw out the storyboards on the different scenes that I have in my head. But that's going too far forward.
Gross. Well, no, it starts with the writing, which is the toughest part. But once you get going, there is a little train. It's almost like a train that you get on. And when you're like, oh, fuck, writing. And then you actually sit down, fucking start doing it, and then you realize, holy shit, I got a whole bunch of shit to go through now. Whoa. And it's the same thing with, it's just like coming up with material for stand-up. You start off with one little idea, and that's one of the great things about watching like Mark Norman and Joe List on Tuesdays with Stories, or Mark Norman and Sam Morrell with We Might Be Drunk. They do a certain section of the podcast talking about jokes and coming up with shit, and oh yeah, do this, and then maybe throw this in there, and it's fucking brilliant. And it makes people better faster because we didn't have access back in the day,
Sure, right.
But it's just this whole thing. They just keep writing, and then when like we're talking right now, it's just Sam and Mark. It's like, all right, Mark says, I got an idea where blah 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 blah, and then ha 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 whatever. And then Sam's like, oh yeah, well, and then da la la, and then Mark goes, oh da la la, and then da la la. Next thing you know, Mark has 45 fucking seconds of a new joke. It's fucking great, and that's it's just like a workshop sort of thing. And what was my fucking point? Oh, just keep going. You keep spitting it out.
To write it down, because you can always come back to what the idea.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was still I was still coaching. Wayne was still coaching on the Waning Interest podcast. Coach this, fuckface.
Is that guy still alive?
Neither one of them are alive anymore.
Oh, okay.
LaFontaine died.
I need to do research.
Here's a
I need to
story.
look that guy. I need to look up that guy and look him up because now I'm interested in his backstory.
But see,
what was his name? What's his name?
Don LaFontaine.
Okay.
LaFontaine. But here's the thing. Don was great. Don was one of the OGs, definitely. But when it came to people making jokes about the trailer guys, one of the people that was left out was Hal Douglas, who I was referring to in the comedian trailer. So if you see the comedian trailer with Hal doing the whole, in a world where laughter was king. No in a world, Jack. No. What do you mean no in a world? It's not. It's about a comedian. Oh, okay. And he's joking about himself, man.
Going back and forth. Okay, that's
Well, here's a really cool thing in the 90s when that voice thing was so big. They actually did this thing with Hal, Don, the dude that used to do a lot of the Disney shit, and a couple other guys. And they had this whole thing where Don pulls up in his limo and everybody gets in his limo to go to the voiceover award thing. It's fucking cool because there was a running joke to where LaFontaine was working so much in LA at a certain point in the in the 90s.
well, yeah,
It
those
was the late
action. There was that period with all these action movies. You had Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Van Damme, right? And I mean, it was a good 10 years probably.
And it wasn't just, and he didn't just do the action movies. He did other movies as well, and he also did TV on CBS.
Yeah, Murder She Wrote, those types of things.
They did that kind of stuff as well. But see, before the ISDN thing that I was telling you about before, that technology to make it sound like we're in the same room where he could have a studio at home. Well, before that happened, he had to travel around because he also did a bunch of radio stations. He did a bunch of TV stations. So he had to travel every day. He had to travel through LA, going to recording studio after recording studio after recording studio. So he got so busy that and had so much and had like a dump truck backing into his fucking backyard on a daily basis with truckloads of money. He was able to afford a fucking limo. So he started going to voice sessions in a limo. So he could go over his scripts and not be frustrated with the traffic. Somebody else is driving. He's cool.
Well, that was basically what Uber is now.
Kind of.
Right? So you had to pay for a driving service, basically. Dude, I would have got a studio to pay for that. No,
I think I told you.
Yeah, you got to pay for me to go from Fox to Sony or whatever, or from Sony and Culver City over to which is the one over there where NBC's at in
Burbank.
Yeah, you're gonna go from
it's
Culver City to
trek,
Burbank, dude. I would be like, you're gonna pay for it, especially if you want me to come at 3 o'clock.
Well, I'm pretty sure that limo was. I'm pretty sure that the bills for that limo that I'm talking about went to the studios. But that was a running joke to where Don did that. So then they made this. It's on YouTube if you look up search LaFontaine some stuff.
Yeah,
there's this little 5-minute video that they did for some awards thing, and Don pulls up, and all the other voice guys, they all do this whole thing before they get picked up in the limo. They do their voice so you know who they are. They do the whole thing. It's like 25 years old, something like that. But it was really fucking cool.
So I'm gonna get you that. I want to get you that clip. I'm gonna tomorrow. I'll look for that clip, see if I can find it. See if it's even out there.
Another cool story about LaFontaine. It's out there. So I end up my voice agent for the first 04 to 2012, I had the same voice agent as Don LaFontaine. And, well, there were 3 agents in the office. And I never took advantage of it. I ended up taking a different advantage of it later on. But I felt so fucking stupid because I'd heard the stories to where after the ISDN thing came into play, that technology to where Don didn't have to drive around, he could just stay right at home. He had a studio in his basement. He had a booth, the whole thing. You can see footage on YouTube for that too. He would, if you asked, like people like me, little guys at the agency, hey, Don, can I come hang out with you for a day and see you work all day and just fucking thump, thump, thump. My work, it was like I had like 2 jobs a week.
I did that. I did
Right?
that, and I did that in my world starting out. I did the same thing. Yeah.
And Don
Somebody
was
would take
70 jobs a day, you know?
Yeah.
Just fucking bang, bang, radio station, TV, movie trailer, TV promo, commercial, radio, just boom, 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 all this stuff. So he would let, you know, little douchebags like me come over and hang for a day that were with, well, some, they didn't have to be with the agency, but, you know, most of them were. I never took advantage of that. And then he gets fucking sick and fucking died. And then they basically, they fucked him up in the hospital.
Dude, tomorrow I'll look up his backstory because now I'm intrigued.
LaFontaine, it's pretty killer. And he started off not before voicing all that shit. He wrote a lot of it beforehand, and he started off doing it because some dude didn't show up to do the voice stuff. So he went in and did it himself. I'll fucking voice the shit that I just wrote. And boom, a fucking career was born.
Dude, I mean, what's Pat? You know who Pat Summerall was?
Of course, I know who Pat Summerall is.
Dude, he is one of his first jobs after football was like CBS Radio in New York in the '60s or something like that. And I was reading about his history over that, and I was like, man, I don't even know what he did, but he just reported on something, not necessarily sports, but. Dude,
he was one of the original players to go into broadcasting.
Broadcasting, yeah, that's where he started. I think he started in radio first, and then moved to the TV. But man, he just said he had an amazing decade, like from like the '60s through '70 in just radio, you know.
Dude, how about after he becomes the number one?
Well, I know,
dude,
but
he was drunk.
No,
great.
I know, but I'm talking about his younger years where he was married and he had to go into the city and he had a bunch of. He was younger, right? He'd hang out and.
Oh, you're talking about his early days.
Yeah, all that stuff, right? The partying and he was going into New York, man. I mean, you know, women on the side, hanging out with your boys, doing this job that's easy for him, but he's good at it on the radio. That story is what I'm talking. He said he had a good decade. It was fun. It was a fun 10 years.
He had a good many years because he was a serious drinker, dude.
That's what
and to find out what an alcoholic he was, and then that's one of the lovely things about YouTube is to go back and you can pull up fucking CBS or Fox games now. The whole fucking game, it's right there on NFL Films or whatever.
But you wouldn't even know. Well, I mean, you're too young to really know now.
No, back then, yeah.
Yeah.
Back then, I didn't know.
Right, exactly.
But sometimes now, if you go back, you can hear a little bit of. I'm like, good. That's what he should be doing. You're goddamn right. He should be fucking having some drinks while he's watching a football game, going, "Oh, look at him go! Oh, go, go, go!" You know, fuck yeah, man.
But it was funny how it's almost like, dude, him and John were great together, man. This is just because I don't know, he would just say the one-liner and it would fit whatever John was doing. You know what I mean? Like whatever John would just ramble,
yeah,
and then he would just do like a one-liner and it would just fit and it would just come together. I don't know, it was crazy. It was just their relationship they had, man. It was pretty cool.
You made me think of this. See, just talking, like talking things out, writing things out.
Yeah.
You just made me realize that really was. I didn't realize until you just fucking said that. The Ron and Ron show, which is one of my biggest inspirations for radio, which was in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. Never realized it. And just made me think of it, that one of the pulls of that show was Diaz, because they're both Ron, Diaz and Bennington. Diaz as the radio voice DJ guy, he was Pat Summerall, while Bennington was John Madden, the fucking funny guy with the funny fucking voice. Most people thought that Bennington, they still do. They say he sounds like Joe Pesci.
Yep. And remember, I'm an outsider, dude, but I've kind of gathered some. If you know your role,
you know your role.
Go
with the bit, which is another thing Bennington taught me.
Exactly.
Go with the bit.
Yeah, and if you know your role and you respect the other guy or the other woman, whatever, the other person's role, and you have multiple people, you know your role, you know where to come in and when not to, it's gonna work more than not.
Absolutely.
But you have to know your role. You have to be comfortable with that. Someone's going to be the lead, someone's going to be the whatever,
and that's what I've said about you many times, whether in the chat or on this podcast. When you're on the Paulcast, the MSDP, Manson Saga discussion panel, you don't talk much, but when you do, boom. And this would this would be even better if you, I don't know what it is, you have the sound. I mean, if you had the sound that I have with this microphone, and it didn't have that echoey thing, it would even be better.
Oh, I see.
Because I wouldn't cut you off as much, and you wouldn't cut me off as much. Because
you can't. Right. If
that's
you're going
one
to do
of the things with the sound. That's why I have that fucking thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
if you're going to be professional and lie and do all that stuff, you got to be on point. But
right now, my audio has always been good. That's but I have to say that it's true that one of the things I like about having a guest since I've gone video is it keeps it's got the dual thing, so the picture is smaller, and my laptop is 2014, so my camera that's the camera that I'm using, so I don't have a newer camera, so it's like 16 millimeter looking, which is cool, but it looks cooler when it's like this. If it's just me blown up, if it's just me, see, it gets kind of, especially if you're watching on a big TV, it's got a blurriness. Like, oh, it's a little bit out of focus.
Go back to the other way. Go back to what you, yeah. It looks better that way.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons.
I see what you're saying. Yep.
And that's why I changed the last one. The last couple are like this. So I have my Lisa drop is where you are.
Right.
So that looks a little bit better when it's just me, when it's a solo. Huh? Anyway. But this is definitely better, but it's even better when both sounds are the same. So where the fuck was I? Oh. Where were you? Go ahead.
No, we were just talking about, remember John and Pat, and how Pat had that great decade. I envy him, dude, because that would have been fun. From 60 to maybe like from 56, or we gotta go back and look at it, his history, but 58 to like 68 or to 70 or something.
It was a while.
But it was a hell of a decade. I mean, for sports. I mean, if you go back and look at sport, especially for New York, because Yankees were in the World Series and all that shit. The New York Giant. I mean, yeah, it was great for Northeast as far as sports goes. So.
I remember learning about Pat's alcoholism, and that about how he was drinking through most of the broadcasts, and when I got my gig with the Dolphins, and I think I told you about when I first had the gig, I was at the station grabbing highlights. As things changed and people left and came around, some of the gigs changed. So the last season, I actually went the home games. I was at the studio. I was at the stadium for the home games of the final of the 3 seasons that I was part of the crew. Which was great because sometimes I only had to work for fucking 15 minutes. I was the post-game producer for Kim Beaucamper. You know who Kim Beaucamper is, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
I believe so. I think I've seen him.
Sorry. Kim was one of the killer bees of the Dolphins defense in the late 70s, early 80s.
God, who was the linebacker?
Kim Beaucamper was in Ace Ventura. You know how all the Dolphins were in Ace Ventura? Kim's the one in the toilet.
That punches it.
Punches
Oh, that dude.
I was his producer for a while.
That guy was in radio?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he still is. And TV. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back after this brief timeout. That was his out cue when we did sports talk on the weekends. That was his out cue. He would repeat it. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back after this brief timeout.
He still had some muscle in that movie. He's still a big dude.
It fucked me up at first.
I mean, he was a big. I mean, in
I had
that
to get
movie,
used
he
to
was
that.
in the movie. He still had some. He still had his bulk, his football bulk.
Oh, he's a big dude. No, he's like 6'4".
Yeah. Dude,
Big dude, but a teddy bear. He was really, really nice.
Yeah. Most of those guys are nice guys, dude. Most of those big dudes. They just don't be a douchebag to them, and they won't.
No, he was cool, but I'd never get. It made me laugh, dude. Every fucking commercial break, I would chuckle. It was like a punchline for me, and he didn't know it. He didn't realize what he was doing, and I couldn't say anything. But for years, that was his out cue. We're gonna take a time out. We'll be right back after this brief timeout.
No.
Yeah, why you gotta say timeout twice, bro? Why you gotta do that? I know it's fun. And then he got Phil Hendry. Phil Hendry used to do a thing with you gotta beef up if you want to play with the big boys. He used to do Kim Beaucamper. He used to do an impression of Kim Beaucamper. He did a thing. He put the sound effects as live as he was doing it. He did a thing with Jim Mandich. See, you know who Jim Mandich was, right?
No.
Come on, man. You fucking football fan? Come on.
Well, I know, but Jim McMahon.
Jim Mandich.
No.
He was one of the tight ends of the Dolphins. The perfect season.
Oh, in 72, 71.
Yeah. When they beat the Redskins, my team.
Yeah.
I grew up loving.
Dude, that was the worst Super Bowl in history.
Oh, it was so awful. It was so
It was bad, dude.
It was like watching the first week of the USFL. Oh, it was awful. It was fucking awful. Anyway, but remember the MVP of that game? His last name was Roberts. Just saying, Jake Roberts.
And when that kicker tries to throw the ball and the ball comes out of his hand and just goes.
I think I'm right
about
that. I think I'm right about.
I don't know.
That
I have to look it up.
Jake Roberts actually, I think he played for both teams. Yeah, at some point he went to the Redskins. Am I right, Jake Robert?
You grew
I
up
might be
in
wrong about
Boston, but you're a Redskins fan?
that. I didn't grow up in Boston.
Oh, okay.
I was born in Maine. I moved to Virginia when I was 3-ish. Jake the Snake Roberts, no, but I used to tell people in high school that he was my uncle as a joke. But no, Jake Scott. I'm sorry, I had it wrong. Jake Scott. But he played for the Redskins and the Dolphins. Jake Scott, I think, was the MVP of that Super Bowl. But anyway, Mandich, get to the Mandich story first. Remind me of whatever the hell I was just talking about. What was I just talking about?
I asked you how you were Redskins fans because of Joe Theismann.
Oh, we'll get to that.
You saw Joe Theismann.
Theismann.
It used to be Theismann.
No.
But you know why they changed it to Theismann? Do you know why?
Because he's gay.
No, dude. It was when he was at. It's Theismann, actually. It's not Theismann. It's Theismann. The reason they changed it to Theismann is because they were doing. When he played at Notre Dame, he was going for the Heisman. So they thought the promo would be to match the name with, and it just stuck. It stuck with it.
Remind me to get to my Theismann stories, but where were we before that?
You're Roberts guy. No, you grew up.
Jim Mandich.
That guy.
Mandich was one of the tight ends of the Dolphins. Anyway, when I worked for the Dolphins and WIOD, Mandich was also one of the sports talk hosts, but he was also for many years, for 20-something years, he was the play-by-play guy for the Dolphins on the radio from early 90s, I think, until he died, I think.
Yeah, those guys are. A lot of those guys
oh my God! I just remembered stories about his kids.
Dude, a lot of those guys now that from that perfect team are gone. There's only about 5 left. 5 left, maybe 6 left.
Right, but so anyway, when I worked for the Dolphins, Mandich was the play-by-play guy, and Bill Zimfer was Mandich was the color guy. Bill Zimfer was the play-by-play guy. So when I had that gig, the final season that we had the Dolphins, when I was at the stadium in home games, I was in the booth right behind these guys, and I had just learned about Pat Summerall being drunk during most of the CBS and Fox stuff. And I'm like, I remember sitting there because it was like they were down. It was like I was like above a little bit above them, like a couple of steps above them at this desk sort of thing, and they were down. They had their headphones and the board, and a couple of people on the side of each other, and then the true broadcast booth was right beside us on the right where CBS was, so I could look over and see them. I could actually see John Madden and Pat Summerall if it was a CBS game.
Right.
But my point is, I would always kind of look down and go, "Are they drinking?"
I don't know, John. I think Summerall Pat just did it somehow.
Oh, Pat, yeah.
Yeah, but John, I mean, I don't know. He might have snuck drinks in. John probably didn't give a shit. I don't know.
So while we're on the booth drinking stories, now I got to tell you this story. Year or so later, through other things, and now I'm with another show, and this show has live spots to do for the Sunshine Network, which was the Marlin Network, which was a whole thing with Joe Robbie, the same place. Anyway, every few weeks, the show basically had the suite right next door to the one I'm talking about, where I would look over to see if Jim Mandich and Bill Zimfer were drinking. Just left of that was the Sunshine Network suite. I was in there one day, afternoon, It was an afternoon game, like on a Wednesday or a Thursday. All of us from the show are in there, but with also a certain drug contact came along and threw down rails right there.
Whoa, no way.
In the fucking... Oh, remember I told you I was in one of the suites in '96 when Ray Lewis...
draft.
Because we had the Dolphins, we would do draft day. That was one of the things I was going to bring up. That was in my notes. Oh, yeah, I got it without even looking. Didn't even mean that. John McMahon. Me and John McMahon are the only two white dudes in this suite at Joe Robbie Stadium full of Ray Lewis's family and friends. And it's a big suite, but there are a lot of fucking people. And we were right there in the room, feeling so minoritized.
Did you not just start rubbing shoulders? You know, do the bump, shoulder bump. That's what you got to do, man.
We were working. We were actually working.
Oh, okay, right.
John had the microphone. He had it was something where I was in the headphones with, making sure the sound was cool, and John was there with the microphone to talk to Ray right after the announcement or whatever. Fuck, dude, that room exploded like we were at a meth party.
What kind of food did you guys order?
It was like being at Jesse Pinkman's house. Fucking when he cranked the fucking without the meth party and just cranked those fucking. It was insane, dude. I thought the fucking floor was gonna cave in, and we were gonna end up in the fucking, in the shit. What do you call it?
He probably had Uncle Reginald.
The club seats. The club seats were right below us. I would have been in the club seats for the Marlin games. It was fucking insane, dude.
He probably had Uncle Reginald there. Auntie May. All his family was there, dude.
That room was so full. It was a giant suite, and it was just off because in the main area of where you would go to the bar or go to the thing, that's where the true broadcast booth was. There's a couple of pictures that my roommate has because he was one of the engineers, and he took some pictures that day. But he wasn't in that room with me and John. Nobody was.
You felt so minoritized.
And it's crazy because I wonder, I never looked. I wonder if there's video. There's got to be video when Ray Lewis was
maybe
the moment. There has to be.
Draft day for Ray Lewis.
Yeah, I was right there. Why did my voice do that?
Dude, you should have just been trying to sneak in some pictures, man. I would have been like you. Like you should have been like, hey, the only random white guy walking around.
Look at the cracker.
Hey, cracker. Hey, cracker.
And I've always wondered. I've actually always wondered.
Chicken, baby.
Oh, that's rude. That is so rude, Beckham. I don't understand why that's happening with the video. Why is that happening? There it goes.
Oh, that sounded really good.
Yeah, and the first time though, you didn't see the logo. Damn it.
Dude, James just called you the white part of the Oreo cookie.
Hey Wayne, I watched your Dawson's Creek episode a week and a bit back. Yeah. Jensen Ackles, dude. Jensen Ackles is about to be a star. Dude,
you were on Dawson's Creek?
Yeah, I told you
For
that.
real? I didn't know that.
Yeah. the final season, episode 4. What's it called? Instant Karma. 4th episode of the final season.
How many scenes were you in it?
2.
What was your
There's
part?
so many fucking stories about all surrounding the whole Dawson's Creek thing. Holy
Dude, I
shit.
can imagine they had a unique cast.
Yeah, and I only met
Did you meet what's her name?
Michelle Williams, Busy Phillips,
You didn't meet what's her name?
and Jensen.
Uh,
No, I did not meet Katie Holmes.
yeah,
I
there you
saw
go.
I saw her. I saw her at the end of both days that I shot, because when we were done and leaving,
Dude,
she was coming in to shoot her shit because
Right.
there's shifts of stuff, and I didn't have any scenes with her. My scenes were with Busy Phillips and Michelle Williams. So Michelle Williams, an Oscar winner, is on my motherfucking reel, homeboy.
Oh,
And
damn! I gotta go
and
back
she-
and look at.
James, didn't you love the part where she says that she's gonna separate me from my genitalia? I love it.
Um,
That's what she says to me in the show, dude.
I gotta see this.
Dude, she says to me, if you
Why-
don't get out of my
you were
way.
Professor Wayne? You were a teacher?
What's that?
You were Professor Wayne?
No,
You were-
no,
oh,
no.
okay.
Nice guess, though. Oh, that's part of the story. That's actually part of the story, the professor part. No. I played another college student. It's at a frat party. I'm just some guy. Me and another guy are hitting on her and Busy Phillips. And dude, here's another cool part of it. There's another synchronicity. The dude that got cast as the guy that was hitting on Busy, come to find out when we're in the makeup trailer, he's from Maine as well. From fucking Scarborough.
That's pretty cool. Oh,
So, Jensen's in it. Jensen Ackles from Supernatural and The Boys and, numerous shit. Cool guy. Very cool. He comes and rescues Michelle from me on his way to rescue
you were trying to
Busy
you
from Andrew.
You were a bad guy.
Yes and no. Andrew was more of the bad guy than I was. I was just more into Michelle. But see, you didn't really get it. I look at it this way. When I see that, I was so afraid of overacting that I underacted. I could have done a little bit more. But I mean, it's okay. I'm just some douchebag.
Did you guys hang out and stuff after filming or anything?
I'll tell the story if you want. I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I love it. It's one of my favorites. So I cannot believe what I'm doing. I'm shitting my pants that I got this gig, that I have, that I'm being put up, that I get to travel over to North Carolina, and I'm being put up at the Hilton on the water, and I get to, I'm going to get to go work with Michelle Williams. Holy fuck balls. I am shitting my literal pants. And, dude, I shit my pants so much. I'm there to shoot for 2 nights. I get there the first day. They want you there so you can go through wardrobe, get all the fittings, all that stuff, and paperwork, blah, blah, blah. Next day you shoot, next day you shoot, next day you shoot. I get there for that. And when I'm at wardrobe, that's when I see Andrew's phone number, that it's Orlando. I see the 407 area code. And that's why, and then I asked him, Orlando? And he goes, yeah, I've been in Orlando a couple of years, but I'm originally from Maine. What the fuck? Because I knew the 407 from being in Miami.
Right.
At this point, I actually live in Nashville. My wife is one of the VJs on CMT, and I have an Atlanta agent. That's how I get the Dawson's Creek gig. Blah blah blah. So we're doing it, and the first scene that we shoot, it took 2 days, and it's in a house. It's in a real house. It's supposed to be at a frat party, so there's fucking 50 extras.
I was going to ask you about the extras, yeah.
Yeah, and I've done the extra. I've been an extra myself, so you know I feel for extras. I talk to extras just like they're me, because I used to be one. I did it, a
Right.
bunch.
Right.
So I don't. When I have an actual gig, I don't do that shit.
Right.
And I've been talked down to for doing that, going, dude, don't hang out with the extras, man. I've been told that before, which I understand sometimes, because there are some freaks, which I should have known anyway from radio. But anyway, point being that first scene, stop the clicking. Whatever you're doing, stop it. Thank you. And everybody else thanks you who's listening now or in the future. But I understand what you're doing. I get it. That's why I do this. Now you're clicking. Now you're using your mouse.
I'm not doing anything.
I heard some more
I
clicking.
swear.
I thought I heard clicking. I'm sorry. But I am trying to finish the story. You did ask. Bitch.
And then there was two.
How did you see my cigarette pack? I am fucked. There's only two. There's only two left. That's why I'm smoking so much weed. So check this out. You're gonna love it. I had been a decade before, when I got out of high school. In '89, I fell in love with and chased an exchange student back to Australia.
Really?
We're still friends to this day. She's married,
Wow.
the whole thing. We've always just been friends. But I still went over there and spent almost 6 months.
Wow.
When I was in Australia in '89, '90, I fell in love with a Australian comedian named Rodney Rude. You can look up Rodney Rude. Fucking hilarious. My sister had this friend who had a baby. And he would just, and the funniest thing was, he reminded me of my uncle, the way he talked and his laugh. He just had this fucking funky thing. Look up Rodney Rude, you'll be like, what the fuck? But he had this, I fell in love with this album. There was a greatest hits album that somebody gave me, and I was staying with a friend of the lady that, my friend, that, I stayed at her house for a bit, and then I stayed with her at her parents', and then with another friend of hers, and then another friend of hers. I paid rent. But while I was there for this almost 6 months. When I was at Chris's place, I lived in basically the garage, and I made it into this great apartment, whatever. And because I didn't have a job, mostly, I would listen to this one Rodney Rude tape all fucking day, because TV sucked. This is 1990, January 1990, December 1989.
Yeah.
The only TV in Australia, they only had 4 fucking channels. 3, like an NBC, CBS, ABC, and then like an NPR or a public whatever. And most of their TV, like 70% of the television was American television. Reruns of shit. Their fucking soap operas were 3 years behind shit that was happening in America. Except for Bold and the Beautiful. That was only 6 months for some reason, but because it got started late, I don't know. So Rockford Files reruns. I'm like, man, I've seen this 16 times with my grandfather. Fuck, man. So instead of watching TV during the day in the garage, I would listen to this Rodney Rude shit over and over and over. I got into this shit. Anyway, now I'll tell you one of his bits. First 2 days of shooting at Dawson's Creek. It's mostly in a living room on a couple of couches. And so, blah, 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 they've got all the different angles. Well, during one of the breaks, it just got where nobody would do anything, and it was just, Michelle was very serious, but nice. Busy was very nice and loud, like she always is. And then, shuffling all the extras back to do another take, whatever. So at one point, we're all just sitting there, and just the 4 of us on a couple of couches, and it was just so blah. And I felt this moment of, oh, this is so neat. And I went, my sister had this friend who had a baby, and when the baby was born without the arms or legs or a body. It was just a head. But it was a good-looking head. Anyway, it's Head's 9th birthday. And his father said, come here, Head. Got a nice present for you. Head said, it's not another fucking hat, is it? Now Head's 14. And he's in a swimming tournament.
That's wrong, dude.
Which is funny in itself.
So you started doing this whole bit?
Anyway, they say, on your block, get set, go. And he dived in and went straight to the bottom. And no one took any notice of paying any attention. And after 5 minutes, someone rescued him. And he's really pissed off. And they said, what happened, Head? He said, oh, fuck, I got a cramp.
His name is just Head. What did they do? They just bawling?
Oh, I love that fucking so much. I haven't told that joke in so long. Oh, fuck, I got a cramp. He's just a head. He can't swim. Oh, fuck, I got a cramp. Anyway, now Head's 21. And he bowls in the antler.
Oh, God, dude.
I hope you get the bowls part. The antler's a bar. Can't believe I'm telling this joke. He bowls up the bar. He says to the bartender, he says, give me a beer. The bartender gives him a beer. He said, now get the straw out of my collar. Now put it in the beer. Now put it in me mouth. He says, now, do you have dart competition at this hotel? Hotel bar. Bartender says, yes. Now get a dart and put it in my mouth. Feathers first.
The fuck?
Now, wait. Now throw the fucking board at me.
What the fuck?
Anyway, while we were shooting,
dude. It was bullseye every time. Fucking slam him.
I didn't get that far during the Dawson's Creek story, but that's the whole joke. I had to tell the whole fucking thing. Oh, God, it's so funny. Oh, fuck, I got a cramp. Anyway, I'm going to have to piss in a second.
They laugh.
I only got
They laugh.
how far did I? I'm trying to remember how far I got. My sister had this friend who had a baby. When the baby was born out the arms and legs of the body. It was just a head, but it was a good-looking head. Oh, at good-looking head, everybody exploded. Everybody, the extras, the crew, the DP, the director, Robert Duncan McNeil, Busy, Andrew. Everybody's laughing except for Michelle Williams.
Oh, dude.
She's looking at me like this. I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Anyway, everything was cool. I just shut the fuck up. I didn't do anything after that. Just, everything. The next day, right before we're doing that, I think we're on the stairs. We were doing the stair thing, right? When Jensen throws me into the wall. There was a point that felt exactly like the same the day before. Nice, quiet, nothing. Oh, and I just went, all I did was, my sister had this friend who had a baby. That's as far as I got. Everybody exploded because it's all the same fucking people the next day. Michelle.
I think it's the story how it starts and then the accent. I think that's what makes it really funny.
But here's everybody's laughing here, but Michelle's like this.
Dude.
Oh fuck, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. She's very serious. Shit, she's very serious about this. Should be cool. Anyway, before the end of the day, the second day of shooting, Busy invites me and Andrew to a club that's right down the street from the Hilton that we're staying in. And she says, it's right down the street. We know where you stay. And if you guys want to come and hang out and have a couple of drinks, that'd be great. Sure. Who the fuck's going to say no?
Right.
So we go. And at the time, this is before Michelle was with Heath Ledger. She was with some dude who it looked like he wanted to be Buddy Holly. He was cool, but that's what he looked like, just for an image, for everybody. And it was in this small place, but it was kind of loud at times. And it was, Andrew was to my left in a chair. I was in a chair. There was another chair that somebody else was in, and then Busy was in another chair. And in the couch, right directly in front of me, like you are, was Michelle, her boyfriend, and somebody else. And then there was another chair somewhere over here. Anyway, and it would the sound would die down, the loud music would die down at times, and then we could, and then it would get really loud. So there was times when we were, Anyway, there got to be a point where there was a certain silence, and I'm directly across from Michelle. There was this silence. I went, my sister had this friend who had a baby. Andrew, Busy, and Michelle start laughing. Everybody else like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I got her. I finally did it. I did. I looked at Andrew and I went, I did it. I got her. She laughed. Because I remember after we got done shooting the first day, I was like shitting to Andrew going, oh my God, I just fucked up again with Michelle Williams. Oh my God, I am the biggest douchebag ever. Holy fuck. No, you're cool.
I think it's how it starts, dude, and the accent. It throws you off, and it's funny.
Oh, but the best part was like, she goes, I knew you were going to, when she was laughing, I'm like, I got her. She's like, I knew you were going to do it. I knew it. I knew you'd do it.
That's a cool story. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That was super neat.
I knew, wait, how does it go? I knew a girl. How does it go?
My sister had this friend who had a baby. And when the baby was born, it was born without any arms or legs or a body. It was just a head.
No, but the accent, though, is funny, dude.
Oh, yeah. The Aussie accent is the best. My sister had this friend who had a baby. And the baby was born without any arms or legs or a body. It was just a head. But it was a good-looking head. I love the cramp thing. Oh, the cramp thing is my favorite. Oh, fuck, I got a cramp. It's just a head. It's Bob. Oh, God damn. I'm going to save this clip and I'm going to
look at James. James said,
oh, yeah, I did. I had a soul patch. Oh, dude.
Michelle Williams around small hair.
Tell the story, Beckham, and then because James mentioned it, I'm going to. I'll tell you the soul patch story.
The
When I
soul
come back
patch.
from a piss, and my pants are ripped. I ripped my pants tonight. So if you see a rip in my pants, it's not because I'm going to some
Oh,
fisting
dude.
party.
Let me look up. I have to look up Michelle Williams again because it's been a while. Let's see if I would smell her hair. Give me a second. Let me look it up real quick. Smell her hair. She blonde?
Remember, I can't hear you.
God, I don't remember her. It must have been so long ago. Dude, I didn't even watch TV back then that much. Let's see. Oh, no, maybe. So I guess she dated James Vanderbeek in the show. I mean, she's all right. I thought, what's her name was better looking. Katie Holmes.
I can't hear you talking through my headphones. I hope you're still telling the story.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking up Michelle Williams as I forgot what she looked like.
I drank a lot of beer. And I'm scared.
And Katie Holmes is a lot hotter. I'd have to go through this whole cast again because I forgot. It's been too long ago.
Oh my god.
Dude. Oh, damn, you're not even back yet.
I fucking love going back to story time with guests.
I'm not telling a story. I'm
can't
just
wait to
talking
get-
about Michelle Williams. Not remembering what she looked like, but I think.
No, what I'm saying is
But
I couldn't hear that. When I go away, when I take my headphone out,
Yeah.
I can't hear anything. That's why
Right.
if you could hear me from the bathroom going, remember, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I could hear you. No, I was going. I
I
forgot.
can only hear when I'm in
Yeah.
there. So I don't know. So when I go back, and it's very tough to do, but when I do, that's my favorite part is to go back to see guest whatever was said while I was pissing or getting.
No,
a beer.
I was just looking up what Michelle Williams looked like back in Dawson's Creek days because I forgot.
Oh, so adorable. More and even more striking in person.
Oh, I would have been more
Oh.
attracted to Katie Holmes.
I barely saw her, but yeah, she was striking in person, but I only saw her in passing.
That dude. I bet
Like
she's
walking
real.
by, like
Yeah.
we were getting off a bus while she was getting on another, or I was getting on one bus while she was getting off
She
another.
was in Batman. You know that? I forgot that she was in Batman.
Yeah, and that's the dude in Dark Knight is the
Yeah.
only bad part of Dark Knight. The only reason that that movie is not perfect is because she didn't play Rachel Dawes. If she had played Rachel Dawes, that movie would be perfect. I'm sorry, I cannot fucking stand Maggie Gyllenhaal. I fast forward through those scenes. Dude, here's a story. Here's this for a Dark Knight story. I was such a fucking fan. When that fucking movie came out on DVD, I literally did this. My DVD player, for some reason, with that DVD, normally when a movie stopped, it had the menu for a bit and then it would just stop.
Yeah.
Back in this is 2007-ish, 2009-ish.
Blu-rays were just coming in, right? I believe.
I noticed because I went and I got it. I ran right out and got it. Came back, threw it in, watched it. Just let it play through the menu, and then after like 10 minutes after the movie was over and playing, I just let it play. About 10 minutes after the credits and then some menu and the music, blah blah blah, it started playing all over again. While I'm sitting at the computer, and I went, "What the fuck? Oh shit! Oh, that's cool." It just had this auto thing. I never hit stop. I didn't hit stop for 2 fucking days. I
You
would
just
just
kept going.
I would just hit mute
When
on the
she,
Maggie Gyllenhaal scenes.
it's like you didn't even put her in the movie. Like you just didn't even like.
I did. I edited her out.
You edited it.
You're
That's funny.
overdoing it. You're overdoing it. I did a better job in Dawson's Creek, and I sucked a big fat fucking bag of dicks.
You edit her out your own way.
Ugh, it was so. 2.5 days. I went to sleep and I just fucking put it on mute and it played on my TV. I just hit it on mute when I went to sleep. Well, I just turned it down or whatever. I just never hit stop. 2.5 days until I finally went, all right, that's enough. Because I didn't watch TV. I hated TV.
Yeah, I
hated
didn't watch.
fears.
Well, I didn't have. I just didn't. I was doing too much at that time. I never watched really Dawson's Creek, so I mean, I knew who they were a little bit just because you see them in magazines and shit or whatever. But I couldn't.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it before I got the gig.
Yeah, I didn't. I never really watched it.
I knew of it and everything.
Well,
and I'd seen,
know of it because it's famous.
I'd never seen a full episode. I had tuned in to see what the whole stink was about, and I'd watched,
It was pretty popular for like high schoolers.
It was huge. Yeah, it was fucking huge. And then the only reason, that there was like a step. It felt like a step. You get something like that. But see,
for sure, dude. Oh, for sure, man.
But originally, I auditioned for the role that the professor role, because you remember you said professor. That's why I had to bring it back. Before the episode that I was in, there was another character that got started that ran for a few episodes, and he was a professor, and he was bisexual. He was married, but he has a thing for Jack, the character on the show that came out as gay.
Yeah.
I actually auditioned for the professor role originally. I knew I wasn't going to get it because I didn't look old enough at the time. As you can see, if you watch the episode, you're like, yeah, he fit more as a frat guy. But I knew when I auditioned, I knew I wasn't going to get it because of my look. But I still put the work in and tried to do as best I could so I'd be called back for something else.
Right.
2 weeks, and then 2 weeks later, I had to make that fucking 9-hour drive all the way back to North Carolina again.
God.
In a fucking rainstorm when I left, and then another dude fucking. I'm not saying I'm a hero or anything, but I remember this clearly. The first one. Another dude. He's trying to leave right when I'm leaving, and I'm about to make a 9-hour drive. It's fucking pouring. His truck won't start. He ain't got cables. Fucking serious downpour. I got him. Boom, boom. Hook him up. Ding, dang. Boom, on his way. Boom. All right, I'm on my way. Soaking fucking wet. 9-hour drive. Anyway, I'm like, all right, good karma. It's good karma. That was cool.
Right.
That's fine. I would want somebody to do that, help me out. A couple weeks later, I get called back for the role that I got. And then I was like, wait, my cousin lives in fucking Raleigh, and this is in Wilmington. When I leave the audition for this one, I should go up to Raleigh and see him. I haven't seen him in fucking a decade. That's a whole other thing, but it was kind of cool how it turned back into family. And it was the main thing.
That's where they filmed it, though. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was Wilmington. Yeah, I lived in Nashville. I had an agent in Atlanta, and that's how I got the gig. For like, Atlanta agents got a lot of the work for people the ones that are fucking getting everybody. If I had never left, I'd have worked on fucking Walking Dead.
Do you remember this? Do you remember the Oh, it was the WB, or what was the studio that did it? Warner Brothers.
It started out. The studio was fuck. What studios? Where were we at? Shit, it's still there. Diamond.
Well, it's on WB or whatever now.
Okay. Well, that was the network.
Right.
It started on it. That was the network that it started on. But the studio was I'll say it at some point. Oh, I've done a lot of shit. That's where, if I'm not mistaken, that's where Robert De Niro, Cape Fear. They've done, a lot of shit's been done there. And it's gotten even bigger now because, fucking that area of the
There's a
country.
close.
What is that noise? What is that
I'm not-
clicking? What is that clicking noise?
I don't know. I'm not doing anything.
There it is again.
Maybe it's my head moving.
I wonder if it's something from the headphone. There it went again.
It might be. I don't know. Maybe it's rubbing on my head.
There's like a tick tick.
Like right now, I'm not moving.
It's like happening like a second after you stop talking.
I don't hear nothing.
Tick tick tick. Yeah, I know James is hearing it if he's still there.
Well, I was gonna say North Carolina. There's a coast and everything there.
It just clicked along with my laugh 2 seconds later.
I don't hear nothing. You got that ear Titus thing.
Tinnitus.
Tinnitus. I don't know what the fuck, dude.
Synchronicities. The band that I played in at the Whiskey in 2010
I can't believe you played at the Whiskey, dude. Holy shit.
was named Tinnitus.
Was
we
it
named
really?
ourselves Tinnitus.
Yes. I can't believe you played at the Whiskey. Did you ever imagine Charlie running around there?
Oh, ever since I learned that he danced on that,
Yeah.
he did this
Yeah.
on that dance floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think about it a lot.
That's crazy. That's pretty cool though that you played there.
Didn't I send you? I thought I sent you a video of that.
No.
I know. I sent it to
Danielle
Danny and
wants
Paul.
to go. Danielle wants to go up there when she goes.
I tripped out when I first walked in there, which was before I ever
Does it
played
still
there.
have the upstairs and stuff or
Yeah.
the second floor? It still has the second floor up there like it did back in the. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I was
pretty
on
cool.
that second floor watching my daughter play drums.
Oh, really? Your daughter's a musician, or in the band?
Kind of like me, a little bit here and there.
So my uncle
She-
does, or did. Yeah, my uncle played with bands everywhere.
But when I first walked in there the first time, because but when I was here in Maine in high school, Guns N' Roses and all that whole rock stuff, and learning about the Sunset Strip and becoming a Doors fan, learning about the Sunset Strip. Click your audio thing, and then click it out. Fix it.
With the settings?
Yeah. Just go in there, click around, and click back out. I know that'll fix it for at least a second.
Don't change the settings. Just click in and click out.
Yeah, something like that. And that'll help too. Because I saw in the chat that James is hearing the click that I was talking about. Now what the fuck was I talking about? Oh, Sunset Strip. To finally, what was it, 2001, when I first walked into the Whiskey, I couldn't fucking believe how small it was, dude. I couldn't believe how small it was. I was expecting a bigger club.
Well,
I
I
was
get-
expecting a bigger place. I could not believe how small it
Well,
was.
I can
about
see what
shit
you're
my
saying
pants.
because from the pictures and stuff, it doesn't look that big. So was it more of an intimate? Like it would be more intimate because of the size you're saying? Like more because it'd be smaller, so it'd be more of an intimate if you were.
Yeah, it's very intimate. It's perfect to me. It's actually
For
perfect.
what, 20
size.
people? 30 people?
Oh no
50?
no. No.
I guess not 20, but like 50?
No. 500 maybe. No, 300. 300.
Okay,
Yeah, because you got that.
Okay,
There's
well, then that's
a
pretty
big
okay,
area. There's
That's
a big
pretty
area
big,
to-
then. Okay, that's pretty big.
There's a pretty big area on the dance floor. There's a decent area where there's a bunch of booths behind that, and some floor, and then there's a pretty big space with the bar that goes
And
along
there's
on the
still
side, and then there's the upstairs.
They have to have kept some of the
I
stuff.
don't know. I never
from-
looked at the numbers.
No, I'm just saying they must have kept something from the back in the day. You know, whether it was.
Oh, dude, yeah, I was in those
setup.
green rooms. Dude, to go back, to be able to go just sit in the green room and going, wait, I'm a musician in the green room at the whiskey, looking
That's
at all
what I'm
this shit that's
saying.
scarred
What-
into the fucking walls and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
shit
So
that's
there was shit like
shit in my
that.
pants, dude. I
Really?
was drinking. I inhaled fucking 3 Jack and Cokes before I fucking stepped on stage, and I had a lot of weed in me.
I bet that was a really cool experience for sure.
I can't believe I didn't play shittier. But the set is on my it's on my Wayne Roberts page. The scene from Dawson's Creek is on there as well, but only I can see it because they blocked it. Everybody else can put up videos going, I had scenes of Dawson's Creek and talk about them. I put up my little scene years ago and they blocked it. Everybody else puts it up. It's all over the place. What the fuck? I can see it on my thing, but you can't see it when you go to my Wayne Roberts, which
That's
there's a few
crazy.
Wayne Roberts, but that's just my thing. I put up stuff. That's on there. Tinnitus is
I would
on
have
there.
gave a double
My
wink
reels,
to.
my reels are on there. I think didn't I? Oh, the
I've
fighting
seen-
kind. The fighting kind is what you saw.
Yeah.
I put the link to that.
That actress was hot.
Oh, McKenna, dude, I fell in love, man. I fell in love. I
think she's prettier than the other girl, Melissa or whatever, the other chick.
Oh, Michelle Williams.
Mhm.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think the other one is prettier than her.
You're talking about the girl that played my sister in the fighting kind.
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah, McKenna. Dude, yeah, she's much younger, but
She married?
I tell you what,
now?
huh?
You keep up with her, or she married, or she's still acting?
No, I haven't talked to her in a decade or so.
Oh wow!
I
that's
think
awesome.
she's done a bunch of stuff. She's done a bunch of stuff, dude. She was on.
She looks like
the
she could have
show?
played a cop. She could have played. She had like a cop. She had like a cop aura
Dude,
about her.
check this out. Firefly. Remember the show Firefly
I think so.
with
Probably one of those. It was probably one of those WB shows.
no, it was on Fox.
Fox.
It was the shit. I can't say his name right now. He's fucking Nathan Fillion. Dude that played Castle.
Shit, I don't know.
Nathan Fillion. He played Castle.
If I saw a picture, I'm pretty sure I'd recognize.
You've seen Nathan Fillion in a bunch of shit. Look him up right there. Look him up. You're at the computer.
Nathan what?
Fillion, Fillion. It was a Joss Whedon show on Fox. I remember one of the reviewers when it came out. I remember one of the cool Jesus
Canadian
Christ.
actor? Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah,
One of the coolest reviews of Firefly. Somebody wrote.
he's the
Think-
rookie cop show.
Yeah, he's in Rookie, he's in Castle, done a bunch of shit. Well, Firefly was one of his bigger breaks. He'd done stuff before that, but
Oh, there it is. It was from 2002 to 2003.
yeah, one of my good buddies who I was a manny for his kids. He designed the Firefly. Colin was the original art director of Firefly, the pilot, and the show and stuff. You can see Colin's name. in the
Dude,
credits.
Morena Baccarin was in that?
Yeah, dude, she's the
Whoa.
hua. Well, no, she's the
She's
what
hot.
do they call it? What is it? She's a
She's
not
pretty.
partner.
You know what I first noticed her in? She captured my eye. Was that terrorist show, Homeland? She was on Homeland, and I was like, "Whoa!"
I've never watched
I was like, "She's really pretty. She's gonna be something." Sure was. Boom. That was her hit show. Was Homeland.
Well, her biggest
And then
thing
she was
is
in Gotham for like the last 5 years.
right, but her biggest thing is Deadpool.
You think? I guess. I guess it's
Hit
because it's.
wise, hit wise,
Yeah, I guess because it was. Well, she was in Homeland for
and she was
9 years.
fucking great. Oh, she's great in everything she does, but she was even and she's fucking
Yeah.
great.
Deadpool.
Companion, that's what she was. In Firefly,
She's Brazilian.
Nathan, basically, here's the thing. I'll give you the quickest, as quick as I could do. One of the best reviews I read was, this show was such a big hit. It was a hit, but it was a cult hit, where they still canceled it after 13 episodes, and only 11 had aired. And then there was this big thing with fans and whatever, and then they made a movie named Firefly, or Serenity, which is what the ship was actually called, was a Serenity, like the Millennium Falcon. Like the Millennium Falcon, it's a cargo, blah, 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 Firefly. But it's called the Falcon. Serenity is the name of the Firefly of the show. Anyway, they named the movie Serenity, but the show was called Firefly. One of the best reviews of the show was, think Empire Strikes Back, Han Solo. Or no, think Han Solo, but he shot first, because they changed the Greedo thing.
Yeah.
And that's Nathan Fillion's kind of character or whatever. And then he's the main character instead of Luke Skywalker. Anyway, but the whole crew, blah, blah, blah. Adam Baldwin, Marina, well, her character is a whore, a hooker. But they're called, in this time thing, in this narrative, they're called companions. And she rents part of his ship to do some of her work and travel place to place to be a companion for certain people. But at the same time, they have a thing, and that's part of the love story, blah, blah, blah. It was a good show, but it only lasted for a few episodes, and they canceled it. And then there was a huge fan reaction, a huge fan base, and they brought it back to at least do a movie. And the movie was good, too. It was intense.
I didn't watch.
Back when Joss Whedon really knew what he was doing.
I didn't really watch TV very much. I was just too busy. It's college life.
Well, back in that day, I didn't catch on to Firefly until
later.
Last few episodes that aired.
Yeah.
And then they didn't air them again, and then all of a sudden, when Firefly dropped on DVD, dude, it was the biggest DVD for like a long time for TV shows.
Really?
Yeah. Because it had a couple of the episodes that were filmed that were never aired as well. And there was such a cult fan base. And it was a cool show. It was really well done for the time, for sure.
You know anybody that worked on it?
Yeah, I told you, the apartment that I moved in, the apartment building that I moved into when I got divorced, a few months later, a dude moved in down the hall, going through a divorce. It was like the divorce apartment building. And I'd heard that right before I moved in.
Was it all?
It was a bunch of us. It was a bunch
Horn
of us.
Avenue?
No, it was in the valley. It was on the other side of the hill. But dude, and there's a whole different story about how we actually first met his kids, where my daughter and I met his kids a couple of months before at the park. Didn't realize it until we're in the pool one day, a couple months later, and then these kids come in with this dude that I'd seen only a couple of times that just moved in, and we see them walking by the pool, and my daughter and I look at each other and go, "Don't we know? We know them, right? Yeah, don't we know?" And they're looking at us going, "We know you from the park." Anyway, a year later, I was their Manny because I did voiceover at home, and I didn't go anywhere. At a certain point, Colin was like, "Hey, listen, we lost our nanny. The kids love you. You're like, their uncle. They're always here anyway. Can you watch them, Tuesdays, Tuesdays and every other Friday? Something like that, whatever." Yeah, sure. And on the Fridays, Riley's here. And dude, my walls were covered in those three kids fucking drawing shit and coloring stuff in. And Colin was, like I said, the story is actually about Colin, was who designed the fucking Firefly. He was the art director.
Small fucking world.
And they didn't bring him back for the movie.
Really?
Yeah.
God damn.
And then one of my favorite movies at the time, From Dusk Till Dawn. And I don't know this. I'm getting to know Colin. He's like,
"Are you serious?
Yeah, man.
That's one of your
Da,
favorite
da, da.
fucking
And I was
movies."
like, what? Huh?
That's one of your favorite movies.
From Dusk Till Dawn? Fuck yeah. Dude, one of my favorite memories of walking out of a movie theater. Whoa, that was so cool. Because I was already a Tarantino fan and a Rodriguez fan. So when I walked out of that theater, man.
Everybody be cool. Everybody be cool. Everybody be cool.
You be cool. Dude, my first ever radio show started with that drop from that movie because I had the soundtrack and I played that first when my first radio show I ever did on WIOD. It started with what you just said. Everybody be cool. You be cool. With the cock of the gun.
Yep. I have it on my iTunes right now. If I could go find it, I have that clip.
It was just so perfect with the blend of Rodriguez and Tarantino. It was like 2/3 Pulp Fiction, 1/3, crazy Rodriguez silly shit, and it still stayed cool. And it was just, I remember walking out of that with my girlfriend Jessica at the time, going, "That was so fucking cool."
What did she
I was
say?
so excited.
Did she like it?
Yeah, she dug it.
Vampire movie.
She dug me, so she was stupid. But the vampire shit, at least that was just the last third of it. The other part, all the other parts were so cool. And then because I was such a geek of Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, and whatever the other thing was, I knew a lot of the other references that, so it was kind of like those ties, through the Tarantino films. The red apples, certain names and stuff, like in Reservoir Dogs, there's a scene with Keitel and Lawrence Tierney before the heist, and he talks about Alabama Warley. He's talking about Alabama. That's from True Romance, which Tarantino wrote.
He has such a freaking connection to movies, man. It just came natural.
The Vincent Vega and the Vic Vega, there was supposed to be a Vega Brothers movie at one point. He wrote it.
Really?
Yeah. But there was, let's see, I did a lot
Dude,
of Damned If I Know from Reservoir Dogs. Oh, the big one was, what was it? The one Clooney one from Dusk Till Dawn that was from either Pulp Fiction or Reservoir Dogs.
I love Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I'm almost done with the book. I'll probably finish it on the way to LA here in the next few days. But
one of the reasons that From Dusk Till Dawn is so good is because Rodriguez edited it, so it doesn't have as much fat as a normal fucking Tarantino movie. Because Once Upon a Time and all Tarantino movies are good, but they all have a lot of fat that could be trimmed, in my opinion.
But he does give a lot of characterization to that's also not included.
Sometimes too fucking much.
Yeah, but
I'll give you one example. In just the movie. Forget the book for now. I've never even read the book, and I'm sure the book is better. I know. I used to have the actual scripts to True Romance, From Dusk Till Dawn. I actually have I bought the scripts, typed out. One example. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yes. Overall, great movie. Trim, fat, some of it right here. The whole fucking thing after Pitt walks away from the girls at the ranch towards George's house, which is way too far away. It's all set up wrong.
Oh
It's
yeah,
too
dude, it was
fucking
like it's like a fucking
I
mile.
fucking hate it. Yeah, make it look
Yeah.
like fucking. They make it look like
It's like he's
like,
walking. It's like way down
Psycho.
there.
They make it
It's
look like the Psycho
way
house.
far. Yeah,
It's fucking. That's retarded. I hate that.
I never realized.
And then it just takes fucking forever for him to get to walk there, and then forever to get in the goddamn door and walk down the goddamn hall. And then the conversation between him and Bruce Dern is too fucking long and is so repetitive. And it's like, George, how about the next time you say George, I'm gonna fucking piss on the fucking screen. George. I'm waiting for him to go, George of the jungle. And it's going to turn into a whole different kind of fucking Tarantino movie. What the fuck? Trim. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of trimming that I'm talking about. There was so much on and on. Anyway.
No, I see what you're saying. But
So much cool shit, too. Leo should have won the fucking Oscar. That guy fucking absolute, what a crush job. All the different things that he did. Oh my God, what a crush job.
I thought it was a great movie.
He deserved the fucking Oscar more than Pitt did. And I love Brad Pitt.
Dude, I'm a Dakota Fanning fan. She was when she played. I didn't even notice. Did you notice she was squeaky?
Yeah, I knew that part.
When you first saw, I didn't even notice it was her.
One of the other girls is Kevin Smith's daughter. What's the character? What's the DC character's name? Margot Robbie.
Oh yeah, she's Sharon Tate.
No. No. Margot Robbie plays the DC character.
Oh yeah, Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn, yeah.
Harley Quinn Smith, Kevin Smith's daughter, is one of the girls at the ranch.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, Margot Robbie. Oh, synchronicity. I didn't even mean that. But yeah, Margot Robbie goes on to play Harley Quinn. Thank you, James. Also, James said this, reminded me of this. Yes, an example of what I said about Leo being just crushing it. One of the crush examples is the scenes with him and the girl. The scene before they're actually shooting a scene, when they're just talking while she's reading.
Yeah.
Killer scene. He's hungover. So fucking good. And then they shoot the scene that they're shooting and all that stuff. Another crush. And it's just, oh man, he just, and that's just one little example of what he did in that movie. We all know the meme. Hey, I know that.
Where he's looking, where he's pointing, the pointing one?
Am I doing it right now?
Yeah.
Screenshot.
Yeah.
Beckham, do the screenshot because I can't do it. My hands are.
I don't know how to do screenshots.
Sure you can. Yeah, what is
How?
it? Control, Shift, Control 3?
Wait, what?
Shift, Control 3? Hurry, quick. James is probably doing it. Somebody's doing it. I'll do it.
I don't know.
Whatever. Anyway, it fit. That's funny.
I don't know how to do a screen grab.
But what he fucking did, dude, what Leo did in that movie,
Like
what he did, unbelievable. But my favorite, even though the movie is, full of bullshit, just like, as you know, the way the fucking thing is to where his house is, and the way where the plants,
that's not even real.
Altobelli's,
That's not
Cielo Drive,
real.
it's all fucked up. It's not right. I hate that. Like
It's not real.
But
not how it is.
The best part though, is the right bad guy died. Tex got fucking curb stomped. That was the best part of the movie.
I like when he's like, dude, he's like, did you just really say that? Or no, what's that line where he tells him, no, your name must be, Rex. He calls him Rex, right? Doesn't he call him Rex?
I can't remember, but no, you're talking about with the line of the I'm here to do the devil's business shit.
Yeah, he's like, no, he's like, it's Rex or shit. I don't know what he calls him.
And that whole fucking beatdown, dude.
The whole
beatdown, that gratuitous beatdown, that fucking from dusk till dawn zombie or vampire zombie fucking showdown at the last third of From Dusk Till
Dude,
Dawn.
the book. All I'm gonna say is, okay. Remember in that beat down scene right at the end, like the dog has a big moment in that, right? Okay, in the book, the dog has a badass backstory.
That's cool to know.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and it's a female dog actually. So
That's cool to know.
yeah, it has
Now
a
I
she,
want-
or
now I
I'm
wanna
gonna
see
say
it.
she because it's a female dog, but yeah, she has a really crazy backstory with Booth, with Cliff. Yeah,
That's
dude.
awesome. Take screenshots and send to me. It's only a few pages, right?
What of the dog?
I don't buy things
The dog?
except for StreamYard time. No, screenshots of the book of the dog story, backstory.
Oh, okay.
You know, kind of like I sent you those sides of the
Yeah.
Manson play. Send me that, 'cause that's probably going to be the coolest part of the book. I'd like anyway, but without buying it, 'cause I ain't
Probably
giving
it
him
won't.
any
So,
money.
and the dude. Okay, so you remember the whole thing about how he killed his wife? They didn't know it was a rumor.
Yeah,
That's
I heard that there's more. They go into
insane.
more about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an insane story behind that too. It's crazy because he was a war vet. He was a Korean. He was in Korea, I believe.
Yeah,
And,
it's
you
based
know-
on a couple of people, a couple of actual stunt dudes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he was a military guy. I don't know if he did like in the book. I don't know if he did World War II or Korea, but he definitely fought in Korea. So he knows how to handle himself. He's trained, and
Especially a spear gun.
he's very passionate of
Obviously
movies.
a SEAL. He's one of the original SEAls.
I don't know about that, but
Just
But,
making shit up.
he has a passion for movies and stuff. It's pretty cool. Cliff, and that's the reason I wanted to read it, because I wanted the backstory on Booth actually. That's
Mhm.
why. Yeah.
I almost did order it, but I didn't. Because I also don't like stuff anymore.
It's kind of thick. I mean, it's about 350 pages. So I'm almost done. I'll get through it.
I do hope that they do. The supposed script that he wrote for a Star Trek movie. Hopefully that does come to fruition
Dude,
somehow.
can you imagine if he did a Star Wars movie?
They're already too fucking long.
No, forget that. Can you imagine what he put in it though? I don't.
Yeah,
Disney
certain
would.
scenes-
Disney would.
yeah, the
allow it.
dialogue would be better, but the scenes would be longer.
Yeah, but Disney wouldn't let it because I think he would make it too dark.
Oh, certainly, yeah, which is what we were sort of hoping for, but then they lightened it up with, Mary Poppins Leia.
We'll see.
Man,
We'll see how
that-
Kenobi goes,
It's incredible how
dude. There's so much writing on Kenobi. You have no idea, fan base wise.
I'm
It's-
just
it's-
trying
dude,
to
it's gonna
go in
kill-
with no
it-
expectations.
It's either make or break right now for the major fans of Kenobi.
I would say so. I would say so because
They
just
better hit a
even
home
with the
run with Kenobi.
Mandalorian, I went in with, even though I had learned through the prequels, I took a day off of work with a coworker
Yeah.
to stand in line a week before the Phantom Menace came out, and I bought 4 tickets for myself, 2 tickets for one friend to see it twice, and 2 other tickets to see it with the other 2 times that I was seeing it with 2 other friends. I saw it 4 times in 24 hours, and halfway through the first one, I'm going, "What did I do? What did I do?
Oh,
I
with
pissed away
Jar Jar
all that
Binks-
money.
Binks.
Oh my god, it's so fucking bad, right?"
With
Anyway,
Binks.
my point being, what's that?
With Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then I think I learned my lesson. Attack of the Clones, I get excited. Okay, now there's no kid in it. All right, now it's more adult. Yeah, this is gonna be better. Oh, fuck. Couple of good scenes, but overall, I'm not getting my fucking hopes up for Revenge. I
Well,
didn't. It was
Revenge of the
fine.
Sith was really good.
No, it still sucked. It sucked. Nothing compared at that point to Empire. End of story.
I
So
watched-
then the fucking then 97 comes along and the remasters where he adds a bunch of shit. I go to see it. I run across the street from the radio station the day it premiered. And bleh, fucking gross. Phantom Menace. Attack of the Clones. Sure, blah. I get my hopes up again though for Mandalorian. Scenes here and there. It was like
Dude, did you
so
like
much
did
more
you like
trimming.
Did you like when
So
Luke
much.
when Luke came back?
But it could have been a lot shorter. It could have been quicker. I would have shaved 30 seconds off that.
Why though? You had him doing action scenes.
Part of it would be no, yeah. Well, number one would be to quicken up the action those action scenes, quicken them up, like the really cool shit that fans have done online already. And number two would be to cut out too many of the stupid reaction, slow bullshit, which basically just made the CGI stick out more and more.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I would have shaved a bunch of both of those. But yeah, it was cool. It's fucking great. But I would have used, if it was my choice, I would have used Sebastian Stan. And as much as I love Mark Hamill, and I used to have a Mark Hamill shirt that was stolen from me, I've told that before. I love him, dude, but he's an over. May the fucking motherfucking force be with you. He's a little over. He overdoes it a bit.
Dude, we're 3 days away from like, oh, I want to be traveling on that day. Fuck, I'm gonna be missing all the shit that's gonna come out, man. But
1977, my bedroom, not in this house, my house in Virginia, my house, it was. I never finished the story about leaving here when I was 3. That's how I became a Redskin fan. Oh my God, that was 3 hours ago. I didn't mean to go this long. I only meant to do an hour.
no shit, dude.
I truly only meant to do an hour by myself. And you popped in and I went,
Fuck. Sorry, dude.
No, it's fine, but I got to piss. Where was I?
Empire
I
Strikes
never
Back.
finished Empire Strikes Back.
You said that was your favorite Star Wars movie.
Yeah, but no.
Have you seen the fan-made fight scene between Vader and Obi-Wan?
Yes, I've
Oh,
shared.
you have?
I've
It's
shared.
that-
Talk
it's
about
that
it. Talk
one-
about it while I piss. Talk about it
All
while I piss. Yeah, it's like 5 minutes longer. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's done by this 38. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah, it's called Star Wars SC-38 Reimaged. It's amazing, dude. It's like it came out a couple years ago, and it has up to now it has 40 million views, and it's amazing. But they did that one, and I saw actually like within the week I saw a new one. You speaking of the Empire, someone did a fan made Battle of Hoth redone. It was pretty cool. They added some stuff to it. What? Yeah, they added some stuff to it, but it was pretty cool. They made it look a little bit better. The action scene was better. The Battle of Hoth.
I don't fucking believe I'm out of cigarettes. This sucks.
Redone. Dun, 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 dun. No, dude, I was talking. Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yeah.
I was talking about that. Okay, so yeah, it was Star Wars SC-38 reimaged, that one where the Obi-Wan and Vader, they read the fan made clip, or it's like 6 minutes long. It has 40 million views, dude, to this day. 40 million on YouTube. That's insane.
And that's only the one that you're looking at. I guarantee you, it's got a bunch of million on other spots that people have shared it, put it on their pages.
No, it's pretty cool. It's badass. Like Vader's suit gets caught on fire and shit when he's trying to do some action. That was cool. See, it's just like some of these
and that was done like 5-6 years ago. Imagine what it would if they did it again today. It would look even better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like some of these fan people do better shit than the actual people that worked fucking for these.
That's how one of the people on the Star Wars thing got a gig. He did something, the Luke thing that you mentioned, he did something, then he put it online where he made the Luke thing at the end of The Mandalorian look better, and they hired him for Boba Fett.
Oh, the face thing, right?
Or it was at Boba Fett. They hired him for something else, yeah.
Oh, okay. No, okay, so you were talking before you went to the bathroom, you talked about Empire. So the Battle of Hoth, do you like the Battle of Hoth?
Oh, it's super cool.
There's a fan I saw just within the week. I saw a fan made thing that they added some shit to it. And it was pretty cool. It was good.
Oh, send me the link.
Yeah, I'll have to find it again. Like it was within a week though that I saw it.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was. They added some stuff to it. It's still the same, pretty much the same scene. They just added some stuff to it and made it look pretty cool. I thought it was cool. It makes it longer. I think they could have. I know you like to trim stuff, but there wasn't much of a battle. It was almost like they just kind of rushed through it. So whoever did it added more like fight scenes or whatever. It makes it look better.
Yeah, there are spots that you could use touch-ups, but when it comes to Empire, the coolest part about it was the tone and the acting was. You take the first three movies, the overall the acting in all three movies, the best was in Empire from all three actors, especially Harrison. Fucking murdered in that movie.
Oh, dude, when he says, she's like, I love you. I know.
Just fucking.
And Vader,
so
I like Vader when he's like, what did he say? Why don't you have a seat and join us or some shit? when he tells him.
Dude, that's 1980. This is May 1980. This is.
Yeah.
Dude, 42 years ago?
A long time ago, dude.
41 years ago, whatever it is. It's 1980 when Empire came out. I already seen it twice. My grandmother used to take me and my cousin, who's a year older than me, on Sundays. She used to take us to the movies. And there was one day where my cousin couldn't go for some reason. He was doing something else. And I said, why don't we bring so-and-so, your friend's son, a kid that I didn't really know. And she said, sure, we'll pick him up. I still remember.
You just used him.
My grandmother's gray station wagon, her driving like this. I'm in the passenger seat, no seatbelt, turned around while he's in the back seat. And I'm just sitting like this over the back desk, telling him the whole fucking movie because I've already seen it twice. And then this, and then this, and then this.
You're ruining the movie, dude. You're like ruining the movie for him.
I didn't ruin the end. I didn't ruin the.
Oh, I'm glad you at least didn't tell him the big thing.
But I was telling him all about how I was just like, oh, you're gonna love this, you're gonna love this, but I'm not gonna tell you the end. So I kind of ruined it because I did kind of butter it up a little too much. I don't remember, but it was cool, and he was a cool kid in the drive back. 'Cause, dude, we live remotely, so going to a movie for me, from here back in those days, it was a ways.
There's on Jedi. There's two things I didn't like. I didn't like the Ewoks, but whatever.
Too much Ewoks. A little bit of Ewoks would have been okay.
I'm like you with that girl in Batman. Whenever the Ewok stuff comes down, I just fast forward through. I edit my own fucking. I Return of the Jedi. I just take it out. But no, dude. Okay, so there's the part where Harrison they're trying to open the door to that base, and one of them gets shot or something. He's like, I guess I'll have to. Or R2 gets blown up or something, and then he's like, well, I'll just have to hotwire it. I'm like, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? You can't just fucking you can't put I'm gonna hotwire it in a movie of space in a do you remember when do you know what I'm talking about? That line?
Yeah.
Where
then
R2's trying to open the door, and he gets shot, and he's like
and
blows
then
up.
And then they bring back the whole "I love you" line, and then she gets out of the way while he shoots somebody. Remember?
And
it was all cheese dick, and and his acting. That was the other thing. That was
the
the other thing that brings me out of it.
Oh god, it's not a fucking car.
Knowing now how much he didn't want to do that movie, you can almost tell if you watch all of his work from 70, all of his work, and you look at it and you'll go, wait, at the bottom of the list of your favorite of his work will be Return of the Jedi.
Why didn't he want to, I didn't know that. He didn't want to do that? He just didn't want to.
No, we got a little crazy. Dude, just think of this. Think of, you weren't even born yet. So there was no internet. So the popularity for things was not so spread out. So there were only a handful of things. Like there was only there were 3 networks plus PBS.
That's true.
Before ESPN and the cable stuff started in the late 70s, early 80s. So when people knew who you were, that means almost everybody knew who the fuck you were. And a lot of people don't take into account the psychology that comes with that shit. And with this, what we're doing now, that's one of the good things about it, one of the good bad of the sword. In like things like American Idol and shit like that, where all of a sudden, everybody knows who the fuck you are, with no build up to it. Like the real, true, good success stories are people that did it for 10 years and then finally broke, and they're the ones that usually last, sort of thing. The ones that just boom, there's a psychological fucking thing. You got things to get used to in that build up to so many people knowing who you are.
Yeah, but I can imagine.
And you've got simple examples just with somebody with 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And then all of a sudden, whoa, and it's only 1 million subscribers. That's a lot, especially for me. I ain't got none. But think of the all of a sudden, so many people. There's a tone all of a sudden now. Why am I hearing a tone?
Oh, it's a garage person. They're coming home.
Oh.
That's the garage above me.
So there's a psychological thing that goes with a thing that people don't understand, like with Jim Morrison. So many people back then. Why did Dennis Wilson, the Beach Boys, the Beatles, why were they looking for some spiritual thing? Because they were thrown into this unbelievable world of everybody in the world knowing who the fuck they were, because the entertainment thing, that whole thing, was so much more condensed. So there were only a few things to know about and a few ways to know about them.
True. Yeah.
So that's why they were searching for that spiritual shit, to know what the fuck, man, this is fucking my head up. And of course, so they don't take that part into, huh?
So they weren't saying no to all the chicks.
No, of course, who's not?
or
of course, you're going to enjoy it for a bit, but like,
or dudes, whatever.
Yeah, but after a while, all of a sudden, like this guy, look at his quick change, and he's one of the smarter ones there. All of a sudden, he's one of the OG rock stars. All of a sudden, boom, and then, fuck all this shit. And he got rid of the leather right away, even though Oliver Stone made people think that he wore leather all the fucking time, which he didn't. Then he went, and he tried to get away from it. And a lot of people do. They try to get away from it because there's a fucking, and that's why one of the reasons why so many of them turn to drugs.
We can go from, but no, you're right. A lot of people cannot handle that. I mean, I don't know what you can call it. You can call it success. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But yeah, there's definitely a change in brain wavelength or waves, your thought processes and things like that. Some can handle and some can't, and that also goes to sports people too.
Oh, absolutely, because they become celebrities,
professional. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a certain thing that or so many people know, who you are or whatever. Yeah, there's this thing, and that's one of the reasons I'm into psychedelics. Is even though I knew I had from what people would tell me from my own work, where I could watch it and go, okay, and understand, what I was doing, and not being a complete unself-aware person. Even though with that, what is that clicking fucking noise? It's killing me. See, it's definitely coming from Beckham. See. Oh, here, maybe if we keep him small. All right, we'll add him to the stream. We'll change it to, maybe that'll change it.
The car's leaving.
It wasn't that, though. No, it's the clicking. There's a certain tick that happens that starts to...
It might be the connection that the headphone has. I don't know.
I heard it. I know. That's why I'm... Click in and out. Click your fucking settings in and out. Hurry up. So I'm trying to finish this. Man, it's fucking 4.5 hours. I'm having a ball, but I also only have this much of a cigarette left.
Let's go.
Fucked.
All right. Yeah, dude, I'm ready to go to bed.
But where was I on that story?
That you do psychedelics now so that you can...
Oh. When I started to learn about psychedelics and stuff and the whole ego thing, and I got into Krishnamurti and Alan Watts, and one of the reasons that, hearing Manson stuff going, oh, wait, I know this shit from those guys, later on, all that stuff, and then my first heroic dose trip, I knew I had an ego, and it wasn't a big ego like, when I walked around like this. I didn't do that at all. I never, like I said, I had more of the crew mentality, and never, I was always still an extra too. I didn't treat extras when I was with a real gig, because I was, I never acted over, because I started from the bottom, so I never treated anybody at the bottom like like I was something different. I never did that. But at the same time, I still had a bit of an ego, because, we all have them. With my first heroic dose of mushrooms was when I really saw that just fucking go and start getting sliced off. and go, wait, why? And what made it feel. Click in and out of your audio again. All of a sudden, there was this big.
Yeah, that was the garage. That was the person leaving. That was a person
Again?
leaving. Yep.
All right. I'm calling Mike Ehrmantraut, and I'm having those fucking people taken out. It's called what? They're going on a what is it? A trip to Belize. It's a Breaking Bad reference. Where was I?
Your first dosage.
Where that more of
Your
the
ego. Yeah.
where I realized people. I had a thought of people's egos, my own and all of our egos and all that stuff, and I was thinking that oneness, but I never really understood that oneness until the true feeling, but still felt familiar when it finally happened. But I realized how much bigger it was. You can almost see it now, like putting on the glasses in They Live, where you can see the ego even more. And I kept running from it, and that's why I tried to stick to voiceover and not do so much on-camera stuff. That's why I tried to stick to the podcast only being audio. I didn't want my face to be part of it. I wanted it to be radio. I wanted it to be Art Bell.
Because that forces you
Phil
back.
Hendry.
Does that force you back to your ego?
A little bit, but at least with the mushroom mentality that I have, and only a few times a year usage,
Yeah.
twice a year, sometimes only once a year. People think I do mushrooms all the time. I do like once, twice a year. It's so fucking
Right.
it's so silly. And I say it all the time. You only do it once or twice a year. You only need to do it once or twice a year. It's like Christmas or Christmas and the winter solstice and the summer solstice. That's what they were originally doing on those holidays, using the local psychedelic for those times.
It'd be funny to have you do shrooms and throw you at Sunday church, at Catholic church. Throw you.
Dude, I told you, right? The
And
little
and then film that
it's mushroom
shit.
caps.
And then
That's
film
mushroom.
it
Those are mushroom caps that they're placing on your tongue.
and just film you. That'd be hilarious.
And the holy water from the chalice.
Yeah.
The chalice is the mushroom. I told you that part, right? A psychedelic mushroom, if you don't pick it, you let it grow out into a table, and then it'll grow a rim around it as a chalice. If it's a psychedelic mushroom, you let water in there for a bit, and then you drink that water. It's just like you ate the mushroom. That's the holy water.
I wonder what you'd be thinking sitting there.
I wish I could do it right now. Anybody watching, go to Google right now and type in Pope clothing and look at images and tell me that the Pope doesn't look like a fucking mushroom. They stole the mushroom shit. Catholicism is all stolen from the mushy.
Oh, dude, it would be awesome.
It's all stolen from the mushy. It's a John Marco
Just
Allegro.
to see you like on shrooms in church at a Catholic church. That would be so fucking awesome.
I should fucking do that, shouldn't I? I don't like to leave the house in a
Dude,
100-yard radius.
You'd have to do it for this. That would be so fucking hilarious.
You gotta. I gotta ask you though. I don't know with all the mushy talk that I've talked about you, but do you understand how much it makes sense with the Jesus mushroom stuff?
Yeah, I mean when you talk about it, it makes some sense.
Like especially with the virgin birth.
Yeah.
Mushrooms or spores. There's no vagina or penis.
It looks like something.
But it ends up looking like a goddamn penis. It looks like at one point it looks like a penis going into a vagina, and then it's just the penis. And then it's just Tom Cruise and Magnolia going,
Oh,
worship the cock.
Oh shit, that's funny.
I remember first seeing that on the big screen. Worship the cock. Like, no wonder everybody thinks he's gay. But then, as I refer to myself as not only Kenny Loggins and Chuck Norris playing bareback leapfrog, but also Mikey and Mouth from the Goonies playing bareback leapfrog, and there you have me. And that's what I felt like. I felt like Mikey and the Goonies finding one-eyed Willie.
Jeez. Is that
What
what
is
it's
one
really fucking referencing, dude?
What does one-eyed Willie make you think of?
Oh fuck. Are you serious?
And what's sitting there in front of one-eyed Willie in the ship? A bunch of gold.
A bunch of treasure.
Treasure, like a leprechaun, which is the leprechaun that's on your shoulder when you're doing the mushy, when you after you've eaten that penis envy. Just saying, I can do this all day. I'm like Captain America. It just goes on and on.
One-eyed Willie.
And it all goes all the way back to the mushroom mycelium, Paul Stamets, Terrence McKenna, Dennis McKenna, all these fucking guys. We're only breathing because of the mycelium.
Well, E.T. looks like a mushroom.
Yeah, he looks like a mushroom and a toad.
Dude,
And he looks like
I
a
always
mushroom.
fucking wondered, because, dude, when we were little and those ETs came out, they're little dolls, I always wondered what the fuck he looked like. He looked weird.
He looks like
you know
a
what, you know what I'm
mushroom.
talking about? Like big ass head, the body was weird.
Yeah, I told you. I made a video about it. Is it ET all about?
My cousins had the ET doll. They're twin girls. Yeah.
He looks like a cross between a mushroom and a toad. So DMT from the mushroom and DMT from a toad. The toad that you know. We talked about this before.
I know. It's just coming back.
That's what it's all about, man.
The fuck? Are you
And
sure?
like I said, did you watch my video? All you gotta do is watch the stills. Oh, I DM'd Robert. Check this out. I have the thought a few days ago. I realized, fuck, dude. A great person to have on the whip for a guest now that you're doing this. Robert McNaughton, the kid who played the big brother Michael in E.T. Because not only E.T. being, one of your favorite movies and stuff and the shit that you say about it, but Robert also played the main character in the movie version of one of my favorite books called I Am the Cheese, which is about a kid who doesn't realize he's in a mental institution.
Huh? The whole time?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And it's got government spy shit involved. I Am the Cheese. Look that shit up.
Is it a movie?
They made it into a movie in the early 80s or mid 80s.
I Am the Cheese?
I Am the Cheese. But the book came out in the either late 70s or early 80s. And
Well,
I was
that's what I'm
enthralled with it.
saying. Like, okay, Spielberg and, the Star Wars guy, Lucas. I mean, dude, they lived through the 60s. They were teens in college in the 60s, or right, I believe.
Yeah.
Dude, they were LSD and all that kind of shit. Like, some of the stuff with Star Wars, I wonder how fucking Lucas came up with a lot of this stuff, dude. It's fucking crazy.
Well, the story is Joseph Campbell's Seven Samurai, but then there was the
Oh.
special effects stuff. Yeah, he started to learn as he just get
Right.
into filmmaking shit. Just like,
Then
that's where it comes
Spielberg
from.
and
He learned his storytelling through, And Spielberg had his first gig. He was 16, 17 on the Universal lot or something like that. So he learned going through the ranks on the job sort of shit.
some of the stuff that they have, these ideas they have, though, is just wow.
But where was I before that? With the Robert McNaughton.
Cheese.
So so because I remembered Robert McNaughton had done, he was the kid in the movie version of I Am the Cheese, and the ET thing. I'm like, fuck, let me go find out, see how I can hit him up, have him on the whip. Well, I'm waiting to hear back. But I go to I find his Twitter page. Dude, you go to his Twitter page. The background pic is fucking mushroom shit.
Oh god.
Go look. You can look for yourself. I haven't heard back, but you might like this. I sent him my ET video and little short email going, I think, this should definitely work. Holy shit.
Dude, I'm gonna fall off my chair if he fucking emails you or messages you back. Starts talking about this.
I hope that anybody that's watching or listening to this falls off their chair when they actually look it up and go, holy fuck. Look at this background pic, man. Go to that. Robert McNaughton, MacNaughton.
Hold on. What's his name?
Robert McNaughton. MacNaughton. Twitter.
M-A-C. Say the last name slow. M-A-C.
MacN as in Nancy.
Oh, I got it.
Twitter. But then type his name in and then hit Twitter. So it'll take you to his Twitter and look at the fucking. I know I should be doing this, but I can't do it because I get. Look at that fucking background thing. It's all mushy. And it says ET extraterrestrial in it. It's insane. It's like
he looks like so different now.
I know there was a time he had little dreadlocks, but anyway, no shit. That's one of his best lines. No
He
shit.
does have mushroom shit on there.
Thank you, sir.
Oh god.
See, I can back everything up just like Nikolas motherfucking Schreck. I can't believe this is my last cigarette. I am so fucked. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. I can go to the store in a minute.
Yeah, dude, I'm about to fall over.
I did not expect this to be this. I swear to God, I meant to do
Dude,
an
he
hour.
does. He's into that shit, dude. Oh, dude. You should see his Twitter page. He has a fucking NFT of a mushroom. Fuck. Holding Bitcoin. Oh, he's into mushrooms, man.
See what I'm saying? Oh, and remember when I told you I put this on? I said
Yeah,
this on.
he's got NFTs and shit on these mushrooms. He's invested into them or something.
Well, check out this ET synchronicity. Remember you were asking me about acting stuff and performance shit on 89? I think it was 89 you were on, right? Fuck, I know I've said it before.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's a lot of numbers. And I told you about the D. Wallace thing that I'd learned about the breathing thing, about counting when you breathe in, hold it, count, same number. And I think I told you 10, and it's actually 4. I made a little clip about it on when I fixed it. I don't know if you saw it on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, but I made a little clip about my fixing that. I told you 10 seconds. It's actually 4. When I put that little video up on Twitter, D. Wallace actually follows me on Twitter. I don't know. Oh, I know why. Because I had a film in a film festival, a short film that her daughter had a film in. She ended up following me, blah, blah, blah. I tagged her in the little video of me fixing 89 in 91, saying, oh, I said this, and it's actually 4 seconds, not 10. It's funny. There's a little joke there. Blondie mom has not responded.
Blondie mom.
So I'm like, I'm obviously the ultimate ET fan. I have put my video, my little
Dude,
ET
I can't
video
believe this guy will
on
not.
the ET Facebook page, the ET fan book
Dude,
page. They
I
all
can't
love it.
believe this dude has not written you back. He literally retweeted a Shroomalimian does something about. He's into NFTs and mushrooms. Like
Yeah, the NFT and the Bitcoin stuff. I'm not. That's not my
No,
thing.
but
the
they're
mushroom
all
stuff.
no,
yeah,
but
it's
for
all
him,
psychedelic.
no, but like for his NFT and Bitcoin shit, it's all mushrooms.
Yeah.
He puts up there extraterrestrial phenomenon, penis breath. Fuck.
Remember, that's what Elliot calls him.
Yeah,
Oh fuck, penis, breath, mushroom,
you're right.
penis, mushroom. Yeah, I make a joke about it in my little 10-minute ET video that I made in 2017. Penis, one-eyed Willie, mushroom. I can do this all day. Penis envy. It's one of the best lines. And at the end, remember, I think I told you this before. I reminded you of this before. At the end, when they start flying, when all the boys on the bikes, they start flying, like the reindeer.
Yeah,
Elliot is wearing a red hoodie.
yeah.
E.T. is in the basket in the front wearing covered in a white blanket, red and white mushroom that the reindeer love, and that's why they can fly. The red and white mushroom from Alice in Wonderland and Willy Wonka and Wizard of Oz and every fucking lasting story. It's all comes back to the worship the cock.
I can't believe it's two-headed. It's two-headed.
Why is the world gone gay? Worship the cock. It's Tom Cruise's fault, not just Top Gun, but remember Magnolia when he said, worship the cock. It's all Tom Cruise's fault. On the next, oh fuck, what was the, oh shit, what was the trailer, what's that trailer YouTube thing? That's what I was trying to play off of. The trailer, that YouTube page that does the true trailers, or what the fuck is it called, James?
I don't know.
James will spit it out.
I think
Worship
James
the-
passed out. I think he passed out.
No, James is still there. I think James is on Adderall. That's why
Fuck.
James is always here for me, because he's a former meth head like me. I wasn't a meth head. I'm
Y'all are
kidding.
crazy.
I was occasional. I've only
Dude,
not
dude,
even
I'm
20
about
times in my life.
about to
An
pass
addict does it way more than 20 times.
I can't believe your fucking guy has mushrooms all up in his Twitter page, dude.
Isn't it amazing?
That's
like-
insane. It's crazy. It is.
I swear to God, when I first saw that, I jumped out of my chair and I went, he's gonna fucking reply in a heartbeat.
Yes. We'll just give him time. Give him time.
That was a week ago.
Just give him some time.
Another week went by.
I gotta look
And the
up
reason,
that.
and
I'm gonna
come
look
to
up
find out, And at the end of the story, it was all because Robert McNaughton wanted Wayne to say one more time, "Worship the cock."
Dude.
Isn't that the word? I hope I got the fucking line right. I only saw Magnolia 4 times, and
I gotta look up that dude tomorrow.
Which one?
What's his name with the voice? Donald.
Oh, Don LaFontaine, and
Yeah.
Hal Douglas. Hal
Yeah.
Douglas, dude. Right now, I want to see your reaction. Go to YouTube. Just want to see your reaction. Type in comedian movie trailer.
Is it just him on the mic? Okay.
It should only be like a minute 30.
Yeah.
Turn it up as loud as you can. Oh. Feedback. So if you're watching along, Beckham is watching the comedian movie trailer, Jerry Seinfeld, and he's watching a great movie trailer as the trailer doesn't actually have anything to do with the fucking movie, which is the best part. And it's a minute and a half of making fun of dickheads like me, making you want to see shit. And Hal Douglas fucking shreds. R.I.P. Speaking of P.
A renegade.
Oh, renegade cop.
Renegade robot cop, dude. God, it just came so natural to him, man.
I
That
hate
voice.
you.
That voice. How was he supposed? It's funny. It is funny.
I love when the producer pops in. I hate you. It's so fucking funny.
A robot renegade cop.
But I tell you what though, I gotta say, I'm not bragging, I'm just saying it's part of what this is about, storytelling and shit that I've done, the Forrest Gump that I am. Being in that booth like that and doing that shit, not only is it cool, just wow, all right, fuck, I'm really doing this. The best part is most of the time it's less than an hour. So it's not like a whole day of having your brain built up and your whole fucking, oh, look at me. It's, wow, cool. 45 minutes. All right, see you guys. Thanks, man. Great. So, and then you get to go and hang out with your kids, which is why I stuck to the voice thing. But that's one of the things, I love that inside thing. That's one of those original inside voiceover things that was so fucking funny. And so brilliant because, well, hell, what a brilliant thing to do is to take a funny movie that and then do a trailer, and the trailer has absolutely nothing to do with the movie.
It does with a renegade robot cop.
A renegade cop. I love that line though. It'll always be in my head.
No, Jack. 3 girls. No. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
A runaway renegade cop. But what I swear to Christ, when I die, the last thing I probably will ever say in my life, dying of cancer or whatever. I'm on the fucking hospice bed, just like my buddy Mike, you know, that I was holding his foot when he did that. And that'll be me. And the last thing I'll say is,
Don't say it. Don't say it.
in a world where laughter was king.
I thought you were gonna say the other thing, dude. My sister had a baby with one head. How the fuck does it go?
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Then I'll go. And then they'll think, oh, wait, is he dead yet? And then I'll pop up and go, my sister had this friend who had a baby. When the baby's born, without the arms or legs or body, it was just a head. But it was a good-looking head.
My sister had a baby.
And that'll be it.
And then just flatline.
But it's all going to start with, in a world where laughter was king.
Dude, you sound just like him, dude. Dude, I gotta find.
I've only said it 7,500 times.
Tomorrow, I gotta fucking find that clip of when he does the Van Damme movie. Oh my god.
It's all about repetition, just like masturbation.
And then there was two.
And then there was two. Incubus. Incubus is the end of the story that I was telling with the Lycos commercial with Adam and everything. He's the one that got me the gig for the Incubus gig 10 years later. No, not 10. 5, 6, 7 years later. Hey, you want to do this trailer? I'm working for this internet thing, and we're doing this Halloween shit. And yeah, there's this new movie somebody put together. You want to do the trailer? Sure. Incubus. All I did, I was just doing a Hal Douglas impression or a Don LaFontaine impression. That's all I was doing. Or my dad. Like my dad would, dude, it all started with my watching Washington Redskin movies, or football games with my dad and becoming a fan. And they'd score a touchdown. You know, John Riggins scores a touchdown, Washington Redskins. That's what my dad would do. And I'm like, well, that sounded cool. That sounded cooler than the guy on the TV.
Touchdown, Washington Redskins.
And he was goofing, you know, he was goofing like I am. I get my goofiness from, and it was just so cool. And I think that's where it all started.
Like John
And then it started with touchdown, Washington Redskins to Incubus. And it's me. I'm the Incubus. Oh my God. We should probably end it there, right? I think that's a great ending. The fucking sun's coming up.
Oh shit, dude. I'm about to fall over.
And I gotta piss again.
Yeah, got it.
And what did I miss? Oh my God, I didn't get to Andy Andrus. I didn't get to Brody Stevens. I did tell the last comedy store show.
You did everything.
Did the
Except maybe a couple things.
Dawson's Creek. Oh, I didn't talk about the Dawson's Creek. I started to tell the story about my first night. I ordered wine, and I talked to my blind buddy Mike that I just told you that my hand was on his foot as he died a few years before. Yeah, he worked overnights in radio, and when I had my Dawson's Creek gig, I couldn't sleep because I was at the Hilton. And I talked to him all night drinking wine because he was up at the radio station running the board. I woke up in the morning and my fucking teeth were purple.
Oh, shit.
Just like... Oh, that's the story that I meant to get to. The only Dawson's Creek story I meant to fucking tell. But because of you...
Dude, you told a cooler one.
And James... No, I'm totally joking. I love
No, with the baby.
I love
my sister had the baby.
My sister had this friend who had a baby. The baby's born was born without the arms, the legs, or body. It was just a head. Oh, wait. I didn't tell you the other one. My other sister had this friend who had a baby. And when the baby was born without any eyelids. And after the baby was born, the doctor come over and he said, listen, we already took care of it. We already circumcised him and we used the extra skin to give him a set of eyelids. The mother said, what? He'll be cockeyed. The doctor said, don't worry about a thing. Think of the foresight he'll have.
You have to tell Danielle that one.
Well, I think she's already watching or going to see it. I'm going to piss my pants, so I'm doing my clothes. Hey,
Don't say no.
Anyway, watch the Corbett Report, Jimmy Dore Show, Russell Brand, Kim Iverson, Jackson Hinkle, Paulcast. Look for yourself. I'm just a fun babbling lecture. Dabbler. Remember, Raul Neo, a.k.a. One. Sorry, ran long. Had to bump comedian Sam Tripoli. Thanks, Gary. Daddy loves you. I swear. Really. Messing with my peebles.